All right, so welcome everybody. So welcome to the second day of our workshop. So today the theme will be, the intersection between NLP, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and an opening toward, cognitive science and neuroscience. And we'll have three sessions, with very exciting talks, about cognitive science. Then after we have one which is more geared toward neuroscience, and then beginning of the afternoon we'll have two talks which will be focused on causal models, and then finally we'll have a panel with several speakers from the workshop, plus Aaron Colville, which are going to join us, and which will be around the impact of current models which are favored in, which are major now in NLP, but which have also impact on other fields, other scientific fields, and also impacts on society, on the way we deal with this new wave of artificial intelligence. So this panel will try to cover some questions around these notions. Okay, and so the first session today will have two speakers, and Yang Zhu and Abdallah Fourtassi, and we're gonna start with Professor Yang Zhu from University of Toronto, and which is in the computer science and cognitive science department. He works at the intersection of cognitive science and computer science, focusing on the lexicon, and I think that's going to be the major topic of his talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Is my voice projecting okay to the very back? Okay, I'm just going to stick with that. Okay. I think it's probably a reasonable inference to make that the majority of the NLP community today is more interested in language models compared to language in its own right. And if this is a rather representative sample of that field, I would expect that most of the audience here will be interested in language models. And if that's the correct inference, please don't raise your hand. Okay, great. But the fact that you show up at 9 a.m. in the morning suggests that you have deep in your heart this love for language. So hopefully what I'm going to say will resonate with some of your thoughts too on things. So the topic today is on the evolution of the lexicon. For a long time, I thought this is a topic that should and does run on separate tracks from what's happening in NLP. But nevertheless, I'm going to start with a slide that is grounded in the recent progress in NLP and AI. So this is a timeline of the major cornerstones, and I think most of us would agree here, that have taken place over the past decade, starting from now what seem to be humble word embeddings to contextual embeddings and transformer architecture to now the super duper GPT models. I would like to add to this star lineup two even more humble models that trace back to the very early ages of NLP. These are the LSA models, latent semantic analysis, as well as the very starter, I think, the Anger model developed by Claude Shannon. And I think the evolution really took place back then as opposed to just the recent 10 years. So it's good to think about this from sort of a historical perspective. And the view I'm going to suggest through here today by looking at this evolution is that it seems to me that if you consider this as the evolution perspective, all of these models have some sort of objective function. And my argument is that this objective function hasn't quite changed over the past 50 or 70 years. And here's some evidence backing up that claim. This is one of the original work by Claude Shannon, where he developed the Anger model, and he was interested in analyzing uncertainty. So he derived lower bounds and upper bounds for uncertainty in the text of English. And just quoting Shannon, he said that this method exploits the knowledge of the language statistics, and this model is in service of predicting the next letter when the preceding text is known. Okay, that's a clear sign that this model is optimized for contextual predictability, in this case, context in letter space. Moving fast forward to the skip-gram model and word embeddings, almost the same objective reappears. And quoting the authors, this model predicts the surrounding words in a sentence or a document, and the objective of the skip-gram model is to maximize the average log probability. Okay, so for a span of 50 years, you can see, if you think that, again, as an evolutionary process of language models, the objective function hasn't quite changed. And this is the point that I want to come back to later on when I talk about the evolution of natural language. So the real question I want to tackle today is, how does natural language evolve? In which case we have the opportunity to address similar questions raised, which is to say, does natural language evolution optimize? And if so, what kind of objective function do natural languages evolve with respect to? And there are lots of other questions that I think that gets at the heart of this kind of basic scientific question. So as a starting point, I like to start things small. I'm going to focus on the lexicon, which are words and their meanings. And from time to time in this talk, you would see that I'll come back to look at the confluences and convergence between NLP, language models, and basic language sciences. I would also raise some challenges toward the end of the talk. So this is a picture that might be less familiar to the audience here, and it's an example of the evolution of meaning in a single word, and this is taken from the Google Books corpus. This is running down frequency of the past 100 years. And I've just queued this corpus with some context: computer mouse, house mouse, Mickey Mouse, and it's pretty clear that the meaning of this word has evolved, and in fact it has extended over a significant period of time. So from rodent to Mickey Mouse to the modern computer device. And this is the kind of phenomena that I want to engage with you today. This is a broader scale evidence, some work done a while ago with my PhD student, John. We're looking at the growth of the English lexicon over the past 800 years. As you can see, there's a sort of a quadratic growth in the number of words present in the English lexicon. Raise your hands if you recognize all of these words. Quite a few. That's great. All right. So my main argument today, or the propositions I'm going to make, is that to understand natural language evolution, there's probably more to the sort of single objective function as we've seen in the case of evolution of language models. And I'm going to propose the 3 C's. 1 C for communication, the fact that natural languages are structured to support communication between people. The 2nd C is cognition, the fact that the mind has to adapt and keep up with the changing world. So that's why a world has a T next to it. How does the mind extend its repertoire of vocabulary to keep up with the expression of lots of new things? And finally, I'm going to propose that culture plays a key role in shaping language evolution. I'm further going to show you that there will be confluences between natural language processing and basic language sciences, maybe in some of these areas. In particular, I think in the case of communication, cognition, there's more confluences than divergences. Whereas in the other side of cognition and culture, I would raise some challenges in basic science, but also towards language models. Okay, so the first section I'm going to dive into is communication. And I'm going to suggest that natural languages are optimized to some objective function. And the key role that the lexicon plays is to provide some sort of near optimal compression of meanings in the world. I think we would all agree that there are infinite emergent ideas in the world. These ideas could stem from social or technological innovations or human thoughts. However, there's only a finite set of symbols in each lexicon in the world. So in this respect, you can consider the lexicon is an evolutionary product that is aimed at resolving this tension between infinite ideas out there and a finite set of symbols. So I can turn that proposal into a diagram here, in which case I'm going to suggest that you can consider the lexicon as some sort of information compressor. And the idea is you have lots of things that you want to express at the top of this funnel, but you have to squeeze those ideas through a rather narrow bottleneck with the finite set of symbols that we have. The end product is the lexicon that provides some mappings between meanings and words. The job of the lexicon is somehow to be optimized to do this compression. And that's already looking a lot like what neural nets are set to do, is to compress lots and lots of data, being it text or images. So then the question you can ask is, how good is the lexicon as a compressor? Is it a sloppy compressor, or is it an optimal one? So we developed a framework that allowed us to tap into this sort of question. And the idea is to consider two main dimensions here to evaluate how good a compressor the lexicon is. On the y-axis, we quantify how much information is lost. You can consider this as a cost of communicating something with the words we have in the lexicon. On the horizontal axis is the complexity of a language. You can consider this as some sort of cost in cognition, in learning the system of words out there. So the proposal is that these two dimensions should trade off against each other. And here's an illustration. On the top left, you have a highly lossy system. Imagine a lexicon that has a single word in it. That will be a very lossy system, but at the same time, it will be very simple to learn. So the complexity is very, very low. On the other hand, at the bottom right, you could have a low loss system, a high fidelity system that conveys every meaning very precisely. You can imagine a lexicon that encodes everything in the world with a word. But that system will be highly complex. So you can see these dimensions intrinsically trade off against each other. So the question we ask is, our natural languages tend to lie in this optimal frontier as opposed to in this gray space where it's both lossy and complex. So we set out a journey to test these ideas in various semantic domains, and the basic proposal or hypothesis is that the natural languages should lie in this optimal frontier shown in blue as opposed to in those gray space out there. Those are what we consider hypothetical languages or unnatural languages that partitions the world in rather different ways. So to give you a very concrete example of what I'm talking about, imagine they were assessing compression in the case of color naming. So the color spectrum is continuous and there are potentially infinite colors to express. But if you look at English or any other languages, the vocabulary for color is rather limited. So this already is a sign that we're using a very limited set of symbols to express an infinite set of possibilities. So to operationalize this idea of the trade-off in the case of color, we can quantify information loss between the speaker's utterance, in this case, the utterance of the word green, and listeners' reconstruction of that word in color space, to what extent the listener can accurately recover what the listener meant by green. So we can quantify the information loss between words and their meanings using KL divergence, and I'm not going to go into the detail of that. On the other hand, on the x-axis, we can quantify the complexity of a system, here simplified as the number of color terms a language has. So this is work done by Noga Zaslewski and colleagues, where they showed that the English, as well as any other lexicons and color lexicons in the world's languages, tend to be near optimal in carving up the color space. So what's shown here are sort of the color naming maps for two languages. So that's the actual color lexicon. And what this work showed is that you can computationally derive the optimal, so the best lexicon out there that partitions the same space. And it turns out those optimal systems look a lot like natural systems tested out there. So in fact, they did a more systematic investigation, look at 110 or 111 languages out there, which are shown in blue here. And these are much closer to what can be theoretically defined as a sort of optimal bound compared to those gray dots there. It's a bit shallow here, but hopefully you can see the gray dots near the bottom here. So this is evidence to suggest that there's some sort of evolutionary optimization going on in natural language in the case of color. So we did some work too in a different domain, and again, it's also an infinite domain, the number line, and we're looking at languages that are drastically different from English, such as Pirha, which is an Amazonia indigenous language. So in this language, it is known that there is only a few sparse terms for describing numerals. So here it's 1, 2, and many. Okay, it's a very simplistic system. But we argue in this paper, despite these simple systems, they're actually quite optimal in carving up the number line. There are many other ways that you could have denote numbers, but the specific way that these cultures have decided to carve up the number line is actually near optimal. And again, we did a systematic analysis for tens of languages with diverse cultures, and it seems that they all lie in this bottom half of the graph. So circled in blue here are Pirha on the left, which is simple in the complexity dimension, but it loses quite a bit of information. But on the bottom right is English, where it's more complex. It's a recursive numeral system, but at the same time, it's very precise in conveying numbers on the number line. So what does this have to do, you might ask, with AI and development in NLP? Well, there's follow-up work, in fact, quite recent, suggesting that you can actually develop communicative agents to communicate with each other in a near optimal way. So here's just two samples of follow-up work that use reinforcement learning and other techniques to derive near optimal communication in a machine-to-machine communication setting. One in the case of communicating numbers and the other communicating color. And more to that, just to broaden up a little bit, I think there's a huge confluence between sort of the objective functions in language models these days and the objective functions for natural languages. And I think in both cases, you can well say that they're doing some sort of compression. In one case, it's compressing lots of text and images. On the other hand, it's compressing lots of things that we conceptualize and visualize or perceptualize in the world. More to that, I think the precise objective function is not too far off in these two disciplines. In one case, it's about optimizing contextual predictability, which I said at the start of the talk. In the other case, it's about optimizing meaning reconstruction, where meaning here is materialized often in a discrete space, but I also see possibilities of extending to a contextualized continuous space of meaning. I think in the future, I'm looking forward to seeing more confluence between an interaction between these fields. For instance, some of the speakers have talked about the possibility of designing better architectures, including small language models, and I think that's one way towards looking at this optimality criteria, where it's not just about predicting contextual predictability, but it's also incorporating the principle of parsimony in the design of these language models. Okay, which comes to my second part of the talk, which is about the cognitive aspects. And the argument I'm going to make here is that I think humans are incredible in generally extending the lexicon we have in adaptation to expressing new things in the world. And today I'm going to illustrate to you by looking at how word meanings extends over time. And again, starting with the humble color terms. So in English, the color term red not only denotes hue, but also denotes a range of other things. If you look at a historical dictionary, for instance, it refers to body, the state of blushing, fluid that looks like blood, and even politics. I'm going to suggest that these extensions of meaning are results of a generative process that rely on our conceptualization of the world, particularly identifying conceptual relations that are meaningful in the world. So here, for instance, I can identify how the original meaning of red denoting color might be extended to blood, to Republicans or to the state of blushing just by looking at this diagram, right? There's a way to derive intuition for how these meanings might have extended. So our goal is trying to reverse engineer this process to think about what is the generative engine that might give rise to this kind of generative capacity as you see in natural languages. So this is some earlier work we've done in historical word meaning extension in English. This is how the word face was repeatedly extended to derive new meanings over time. And in this paper, we've shown that you can actually mimic this process of generative meaning extension in some computer algorithm. We specifically showed that the ways that meanings extends in Word are quite optimal, and they are well accounted for by something called minimal spanning tree in computer science, which will be familiar to many of you. But meaning extension doesn't just occur in English. This is evidence for it across many languages. So this is a graph known as colexification, and it shows how meanings are colexified across the world's languages. Each node here in the graph denotes a meaning. So fire, flame, fireplace, these are meanings or concepts, not words. And the connections or the edges that connect these meanings represent how many languages in the world tend to co-name these meanings under a single word form. So for instance, in English, you could use the word fire to denote both fire and flame. And you can see variability here because some of the edges are thicker than others, indicating there is cross-language variability. But a crucial thing to show here is that these historical relics of how meanings might have extended over time are well preserved across the world's languages. And that's something we want to understand. What are the basic principles that give rise to this kind of diverse range of patterns out there? And I don't think that's quite an objective of the language models set out to do. Perhaps even more remarkable, and is sort of my favorite example, is that word meaning extension, sometimes also known as overextension, is commonly observed in child language development as early as 2 years of age. So this is an anecdotal example given by Vygotsky, where he observed that the word kwa was repeatedly extended by, I think it's a 2-year-old boy, to duck, water, liquids, milk, coin with eagle on it, or any round coin-like objects. As you can see, the kind of imagination that gets in and out this 4-letter word with. And so just a year ago, I was involved in a study where we're curious whether there's some sort of unified account for how word meaning extension occurs in adults across many languages, as well as in early child development. So we came up with a theory as well as a computational approach to investigate whether there's something deeply shared between these processes. And so this work was published in Science just last year. So to give you some intuition as a starter, the fact that mouse was extended to a computer device, we believe, is by no means coincidental. And the same argument goes with the fact that a boy or a girl might be able to extend the word ball to denote a balloon. One of the first analysis we did is a surface exploration on the data we have access to. So on the left, so this is the Venn diagram, sort of a pictorial Venn diagram. On the left-hand side are pairs of meanings that have been attested as overextension in child language development. So things like how children extend cat to denote dog, dog to horse, banana to lamp, so on and so forth, all the crazy inventions that children came up with. On the right-hand side are more conventionalized, but also attested in a historical setting, meaning extensions observed in many, many different languages. So include earth to floor, light to bright. Some of these meaning extensions don't really have directionality encoded in them, but we treated them as pairs of meanings that are extendable at least to each other. So in this surface analysis, we actually find very little evidence that children behave like adults in meaning extension. There's only about 2% of overlap in the evolutionary historical data on the right, and about 20% overlap with children's overextension. So this provides little evidence that children and adults have some sort of shared capacity. And this is not surprising because children have very limited knowledge, so we wouldn't expect them to extend meanings in the same way as adults. But our hypothesis goes beyond that, and we think that there is actually a latent space, and we call it a shared knowledge engine that gives rise to these surface phenomena in a developmental setting as well as an evolutionary setting, such that we can think of it as a meta language, right? And so even though at the surface level, the data points don't match each other, there's something underneath that is more interesting. And our goal is to try to discover and extract that knowledge engine. And I'm going to go through each of these components of the knowledge engine that we came up with. Actually, each of them is well motivated by an existing literature. And this, I think, well relates to the recent development in developing multimodal agents in AI. So the analysis we did here is something called a cross-prediction analysis. And the basic proposal is that if we can train a model exclusively on child overextension data, and we showed that it generalizes very well on the historical or evolutionary data, and vice versa, that provides pretty strong evidence that there's some sort of shared capacity across these phenomena. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more how we did that. But first, I'm going to go through each of these 4 components that we had built into this multimodal knowledge engine. The first component relies on understanding taxonomic relations in the world. So this dimension, for instance, explains why children or adults are more likely to extend the word dog to squirrel as opposed to extending the word dog to duck, okay? Because this is informed by some sort of taxonomic knowledge. These are inductive biases. The second component of the knowledge engine has to do with our perceptual understanding of the world. This dimension explains why is it that we're more likely to extend the word ball or basketball to balloon as opposed to extending it to denoting a truck. And you can already see that this dimension is somewhat orthogonal to taxonomy because ball and balloon are not close in taxonomic space, but they are close in visual space. The third knowledge component has to do with our ability to associate thematic things in the world. So this is why we might associate key and door together as opposed to key to other things. And this dimension, as you can see, also is somewhat orthogonal to our visual perception as well as taxonomy because key and door has little to do with each other taxonomically, and they are also not visually similar. The fourth knowledge component has to do with emotion, and you get to hear more about that in the talk later on the third day. This dimension explains why is it that we're likely to extend the word son to describe mother or vice versa, because they're both perceived to be emotionally positive, right, in valence. So armed with this sort of pre-built knowledge engine, then we ask the question, if we train some model that optimizes weights to predict children's data, can we then transferably use the same model to reproduce historical data and vice versa? And that's exactly the kind of analysis we did. So the data we work with were sourced from independent prior literature. So this is word overextension data from children collected from an earlier study by me and my student. The data points are very simple. Each data point is comprised of a word and a reference pair, so it's a pair of inputs. Banana to moon, car to truck, very, very simple. On the right-hand side is evolutionary data collected from over 1,000 language populations. This is the kind of collexification data that I mentioned early on, as well as a historical semantic change data where directionality of meaning extension was explicitly coded for. Okay? So here is the analysis we did, again, which is extremely and embarrassingly simple. We call it machine simulation of word meaning extension. The idea is, given a pair of meanings from one source of this data that I described, we asked the model to determine whether they're extendable to each other. And not only that, we also asked the model to reason if they are extendable or not, based on what grounds. So in this case, the input is when, and when they're thin, and the model consider it to be extendable, and it reasoned that because they look perceptually similar, they are also associable or taxonomically similar. Okay, so the reasoning is materialized in these probability distributions of the four knowledge features I described. Similarly, for another pair of inputs, juice and orange, the machine might reason differently. In this case, it considers associativity to be the strong dominant factor because orange and juice tend to co-occur together a lot. But it also is able to falsify things such as pencil and water, right? So it says, no, this is not extendable. I didn't talk about the model. The model is actually a very simple logit model where you have parallel access to all four knowledge dimensions, and we also controlled for language families and macro geographical areas in the language samples that we have access to. So it's sort of a mixed effect logit model. All right, so in a nutshell, what we found is that regardless whether it's self-predicting or cross-predicting, the model behaves similarly. Okay, all of these bars indicating the model is basically performing just the same when it's predicting children's data, trained on children's data, or predicting historical data, trained on children's data, and then vice versa. And the predictive accuracy is actually quite reasonable. There's a chance it's about 50%, and we were well beyond that. So I think this line of work suggests that word meaning extension relies on a unified, or if not shared, multimodal knowledge foundation, and that's attested both in language development, which occurs in months and years, as well as in language evolution, which occurs in hundreds, if not thousands of years. So to follow up on this idea, I want to suggest that this is, I think, an increasing area of confluence between NLP and cognitive science. So this is work published at ACL where my PhD student, JD, who is currently at Meta AI, came up with a novel task of word sense extension where he intentionally blocked out access to some of the usages of the words, in this case, blocking all usages where the word arrive was used in a sort of a abstract setting, as in arrive at a conclusion. And if the model only had access to the original meaning of arrive to come to a location, can this model reliably extend to novel contexts or novel senses? And we call it word sense extension. So if you're interested in that work, please check that out. This is work which has nothing to do with NLP, but it has to do with, I think, in a very exciting emerging area of animal-animal or animal-human communication, where this is work done by Mila Fishking, yeah, she's right there, who has diligently collected lots of data from this parrot who magically spoke human language. And it turns out this parrot also does overextension. And in this study, we're trying to test if the parrot does something very similar to how a child does it. So we train a model based on child overextension, as described earlier, and see if it accounts for data in the parrot production of these overextension cases. Some concrete examples including how to use the word cup to denote a bucket, ball to beads, cord to rope, and book to a stack of tissues. It's pretty clear that the parrot is doing something non-random. So we set out to do that, to test that idea, and it turns out that, again, there is some shared capacity discovered in the animal world. In this case, gray parrot is about 20 million years away from Homo sapiens in the evolutionary trajectory. So this work is currently in submission. I want to mention some challenges toward characterizing the apps, or what I consider an abstract lexicon. And I think this is something that would eventually creep into the NLP world as well. So if you think about a word like discrimination, which takes on a rather abstract meaning these days, it means unjust social treatment. And if you think about how that meaning was actually derived, it's actually non-trivial. And it relies on the process what we consider as metaphorization. Right? So if you search up on the meaning of discrimination about 200 years ago, it actually had nothing to do with social injustice. It has to do with physical disparity. So in this case, you can use the word discrimination to discriminate two apples of different sizes. So what's going on here is that there's an evolution process that derives the abstract meaning from those, or ground those abstract meanings from concrete meanings. And linguists and cognitive scientists have talked about metaphorization for many, many years. And here we're looking at the domain of the moral lexicon and thinking about how moral lexicon, moral words, like unfair discrimination might have derived their meaning. And this is work done by my PhD student, Ida Ramazani, who is also here. Ida, if you want to wave, where are you? Here, there. Okay. So Ida came up with a pretty clever technique where you can track the moralization trajectory of a word. So in this case, the blue line indicates how moralized a word like discrimination is over the past 200 years. And what she found is that you can also look at how concrete the semantic neighbors of that word is just before and after the change point where a word became moralized over time. And what she found is that prior to moralization, the word took on more concrete meanings as opposed to post-moralization, suggesting that there is some association or correlation between this idea of metaphorization, transferring from concrete to abstract ideas, and the process of moralization. So I think this is evidence for co-evolution of human morality in language. Okay, I'm going to stop there and move on quickly to the third section of my talk, which has to do with culture. And I think this is one of those domains where I see most discrepant or challenging for large language models. And here I'm going to argue that the nature of the influence of cultural and language evolution is that it provides adaptive differentiation, so that languages that used to be similar might differentiate in adaptation to different culture needs. And I think that generates potentially issues and challenges in NLP systems, particularly large language models. So this is a fun case study that I did with my PhD student, who is now an assistant professor at TTIC. We started off with words that have shared meanings between two cultures, in this case, very coarse and broad cultures, US and British English. So the word beast, right, has shared meanings. And over time, if you look at the dictionaries or any corpora, you will see that these words started to take on differentiable meanings in two cultures, right? In the case of, so I call these mutant meanings, or like mutations in this evolutionary process. So for instance, in the US culture, beast is used to describe a fast car, subway number 2 of NYC, and excellence. Whereas in the British English, it's used to describe an unpleasant person, sexual offender, or a bike. So in this work published in NLP, what Ziwei did is that he built a model that incorporates cultural knowledge, or some approximation of cultural variation, and try to predict the regional identity of an emergent meaning, such as an outstanding example. So given the historical stock of meanings of this word in the two cultures, can you make educated guesses about new emergent meanings? Which of the culture is likely to own that meaning? So that's a fun work where we showed that indeed culture plays a significant role in predicting the cultural identity of emergent meanings over time, suggesting that in this evolutionary process, language might differentiate in adaptation to different culture needs. Here's some challenges that I see moving forward, is that I think it's both a blessing and a curse to have cultural knowledge encoded in a language model. And fundamentally, I think we're going to struggle with a trade-off between what I consider to be cultural knowledge, these are useful inductive biases, and cultural bias, which are unwanted biases. And this is sort of a recurrent theme that have been brought up by previous speakers. So this is work, again, done by Ida here, who's looked at large language models and the degree to which they code cultural moral norms and in a diverse set of cultures. So the prompt we use is very simple. It's demonstrated on the left. In country X, where X is a variable, is the following justifiable? The following could be getting a divorce, drinking alcohol, or gambling. So on the right-hand side, the histogram tells you the empirical variability among different cultures in their responses to such a question on the left. So the histograms represent cultural divergence or variability towards divorce and gambling. And the bars, the dashed lines, indicate the responses by LLM, in this case GPT-3. There are two things to note here. Number one, GPT-3 is roughly reproducing the rank order of the preferences along the X dimension. If you look at the order of the histograms, the two bumps, they're roughly reproduced in LLMs. But the second thing to notice is that the LLM produce a pretty definitive, sort of a singleton response. And it doesn't really capture the diversity of cultural variation as you see in this histogram. And I think this will be a key challenge moving towards the future. How do you justify, even with humans in the loop these days, the kind of simplistic representations of cultures in large language models? A follow-up analysis suggests that if you compare how these models reproduce moral norms in Western and rich countries versus non-rich and non-Western countries, there's a huge discrepancy. So on the y-axis is the Pearson's correlation between the model prediction and the empirical data collected from different cultures partitioned into these two groups. And it's pretty clear that the rich Western countries trump in this correlation analysis, indicating in a discrepancy between the blue bars and the orange bars. If you're interested in this line of work, make sure you check out Ida's poster in her PhD dissertation on natural language inference on morals. She's about to graduate, and she's looking for a job, so very good person to talk to. Okay, I'm going to wrap up now. I started off this journey by suggesting that it's useful to think about an analogy between the evolution of language models and the evolution of natural language. And again, I think there's a lot of convergence and confluence between these two. Things that might have run on separate tracks, but in the future, I like to see a lot more interaction, and I predict a lot more interaction and positive sort of synergies between the two fields. With that said, I would like to acknowledge all the student collaborators as well as the faculty collaborators in this line of work, as well as my funding sources, and I'm going to end right here. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. So we have time for a few questions. So please come to the mics. Yes. Who wants to start? Okay. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Okay, so Benjamin, please.
Okay, hello.
Hi there.
Thanks a lot for your fantastic talk. I have a simple question of the question of overextension. I thought about that when you were comparing kids and parrots. Do you study kids because they're learning the language, or do you think there's something specific about development? So my question could be reframed as, can you study adults that learn a new language, and would you find the same thing?
Sorry, can you repeat the last?
Can you study adults that learn a new language, and would you also observe overextension properties?
Excellent. Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I think there are two parts to that question. One is why I study children, and the second is, do I expect adults to show similar behavior in learning the new language? I'm going to answer the second question first. I believe so, yes, because I think the whole point of our science paper is to show that there's some sort of unified capacity as well as foundation for generating meaning. And the hope is that adults, regardless whether they're learning a first language or second language, should show similar behavior. And we just haven't set out to do sort of L2 language acquisition because we don't have access to data. But I'm very curious to the extent that these models will explain those phenomena. And my prediction is this should work the same. With regard to why I study children, well, back then I had 2 young kids, so I was very drawn to studying how they work. And so I think that's one of the inspirations. But second is a more practical one, is that I think if we can begin with a humble data set in child development, which is sparser and easier to work with, and if we can make it work, there's more opportunity for us to develop a more full-fledged model for adults' data. So pragmatically, I think it's useful to start with children and then progress to adults. So sorry, it's probably disappointing that it's not sort of scientific reasons, but well, there's scientific aspect to it too, but I think it's more practical and personal reasons that started this line of work. But thanks for the question.
Okay, so You can also raise your hand if you want to, but yeah, please.
Hi, thank you for a very interesting talk.
Thanks.
I especially like the last part also on the cultural influence in the language models. And I wondered whether you'd also tried posing the question in different languages, because this is actually something I'm working on myself now, to ask these questions to the language models about their values, but asking them in different languages rather than explicitly saying, okay, in this country, what would the value be?
Okay, so that's an excellent question. I think there's independent work. I forgot it's a German group. Ida would know more. They did look at cross-language language models, and I think similar phenomena holds there. There's inequity in how they represent culture, even if you train sort of model from your own language. And the motivation from Ida's work to focus on English language models is we believe that it is currently a dominant language model, and a lot of the cultures would end up using that, even though it is English and not representing their own language. So we're interested in these dominant models. How well do they encode different cultures? But I think it's an equally valuable question to look at how this generalizes to other languages as well. Yeah. Does that address your question? All right, great, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for this very nice, interesting talk. So my question goes more on the size of the complexity. I would understand clearly the role that complexity plays in the communication, and in one of these diagrams that you have, the communication one. But could you comment a bit more about the role of complexity in cognition and culture as well?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So I think there's a lot of controversy in what is complexity and how should complexity be defined. And to me, the way we define it has more to do with logical depth of a semantic system. But it doesn't have to be that way or the only way to define complexity. In fact, one of our most recent work suggests that complexity can be cashed out in terms of utterance length, or as simple as word length. If you can think of this from information theory, it's sort of coding length, right? And to me, complexity is probably more multifaceted than what I suggested here. And I think depending on the perspective, if you are taking a learner's perspective, perhaps logical depth matters. But if you're taking the perspective of a speaker, then perhaps complexity about the utterance and how loaded your utterance is matters for production. So I think it's sort of a contextualized metric that needs to be treated with care. Yeah. There's also controversies about whether we should be talking about complexity at all. I think we should, but some people might disagree. So hopefully that addressed your question. About culture, I think that's difficult. One difficulty is if you consider orthographic length as a metric for complexity, that's already problematic because it might be easy to account for Indo-European languages, but how do you account for lithographic languages like Chinese characters? How to come up with a unified complexity measure that accounts for all the languages. I think that's very challenging, but that's also, I think, the interesting part as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Thanks for the talking.
Thanks.
So I have a question, I guess, about this idea of optimal development of systems and how it could link to language models, because I know the work that does exist in machine learning is around language evolution a lot of the time, and so not necessarily on real languages, but when we are trying to train a language model, we're doing so with a defined lexicon already. And so what are your thoughts around how would we integrate this idea of compression in the context where we have a defined lexicon?
Yeah, so there is a line of work that I think it's called emergent communication in machine learning, where they try to grow a language from scratch. I think it's very, very challenging, but it's a good starting point, right? If you have nothing, not equipped with the huge amount of knowledge in language models, how would you grow a language? And in the two studies I cited, they actually started off that line of work and suggest that you can grow systems to be near efficient in that simplistic setting. But in those studies, they're bounded by the semantic domain. It's always all about communicating color or number, but not both or any other domains, because it is challenging, right? There's also the issue about how you equip knowledge with these systems. So I think the challenge would be that if you want to grow a language from scratch, how do you, well, it might be a nature versus nurture kind of issue there, in the sense that you want system to be able to learn meaningful ways of compressing the data, but at the same time you want to endow the system with some knowledge to start with. So that's their innate part, so that they're not completely void of extending to other domains beyond the domain of interest. Yeah, I think it's an open, it's a big and interesting issue. Yeah, I may not have addressed fully the question, but I'm leaving that as a challenge for future research. Yeah.
But just to finish, a small question about you. I totally agree with the beginning of your talk. Say we have to get interested into language, and words and things. And the thing which is a bit paradoxical is that it started with word embeddings, and then suddenly the power of this model grew a lot, when we make the lexicon disappear, because now we just have word peace, and we don't have an explicit lexicon, which is handled by these models, but just sequences of tokens, and then the lexicon just grew itself into the model. So what's your thought about that? What it means?
I think that's an excellent deep question. So I think it raises the question about what's the nature of lexicon. What is it? Is the fundamental unit words and meanings, or is the fundamental unit morphemes or something smaller? To me, it's probably something smaller. I think the building blocks are certainly not words. A lot of meanings are carried out in morphemes and letters. But I think it's a real question: how do we operationalize those ideas in more fine-grained space? When in fact you can even devise non-human languages that are grounded in symbols, maybe, or in some other substrates that I can't think of, that would still allow us to communicate. That's a possibility. Like dolphins and whales, they communicate in frequency space. And maybe AI systems will develop some symbolic system or non-symbolic system. They're equally effective in communicating that just bypass language altogether. I think that's a possibility.
All right. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so it's time to move to our next speaker, Abdellah Fourtassi. So Abdellah comes from the University of Aix-Marseille. He has been working, at the intersection of computer science and cognitive science for many years, and so he did his PhD in Paris with Emmanuel Dupoux, and then worked in Stanford, and then now he's in Marseille, and he's going to. He works a lot on the development of language in infant, and so please, you have the floor.
The introduction. I have to lean to be heard. Okay. Can I use the mic instead? Would that be a problem? Because I'd like to move around. Okay, so in this talk, I'd like to explore with you some links between two fields. The field of language, child language development, and the field of NLP. And so I'd like to share with you a research program. I'm imagining that many in the audience are not familiar with it, because it's a research line that took off relatively recently. So what I'm going to do in this talk, I'm going to present an overview of the entire research program rather than focusing exclusively on my research. Okay? All right, so language development and NLP, these two fields share a fundamental goal, which is understanding the mechanisms of language development, how language grows, how we can teach language, etc. So all these questions concern both fields. In fact, not long ago, researchers could actually contribute to both fields simultaneously. The classic example that you may know is that of Jeff Ellman, who created or introduced his simple recurrent networks in order to study human language processing and child language development. And we know that these ideas have evolved into the more sophisticated recurrent neural networks that have dominated NLP until transformers took over. However, if we look at the state of the current research, it's clear that these two fields have really drifted apart. On the one hand, NLP now relies on highly sophisticated technology. Most of it is quite opaque. It also relies on a lot of data for training, computing power, etc. And this makes the comparison with the way children learn language quite implausible. On the other hand, insight about how children learn language were not really behind recent breakthroughs in NLP, and they're not really a direct source of inspiration to current research of NLP. All right, so despite this apparent disconnect, what I'm going to try to do now is to show you that there is a meaningful way in which these two fields can be reconnected. Okay? To summarize, NLP can allow us or can provide scalable tools. And these tools allow us to understand how language develops, not just by using simplified laboratory experiments as we're used to do, but also understand how development unfolds in the natural learning environments. Okay? And of course, as we use more NLP tools and technology to express developmental theories, then it becomes easier to translate this insight back for NLP system that can interact with children in a more effective fashion, for example, for applications in education. So here I'm going to talk about the first direction, okay? How NLP can provide the scalable tools to build ecological theories of language development. I'd love also to talk a little bit about the child to NLP, but maybe that's going to be for another day. Okay? So why scalability? So in language development, as I just said, we often rely on laboratory data, which is very simplified for a good reason. But the consequence of that is that we overlook the natural complexity where language develops. And this is a serious issue, right? Because from the point of view of science, we want our theories to be ecologically valid, okay? We want them to be reflect how the phenomenon occurs in its natural environment. But it's also crucial from the standpoint of policy, because the more our theories can hold in the real world conditions, the more they are useful and effective in guiding applications and interventions. And the challenge of scalability is really pervasive in every aspect of language development. Whether we want to study children's inputs, whether we want to study their cognitive mechanisms, or whether we want to study the role of social interaction and communication on learning. And so these elements represent the classic traditions in language development. So if you are an empiricist, you would focus more on the sensory input. If you are more of a nativist, you would tend to focus more on the cognitive abilities and inductive biases. If you are from the tradition of social pragmatic theories of language development, then you're probably going to focus more on social interactions. But nowadays, we know that all these elements contribute to language development. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go through each of these dimensions. I'm going to explain what the challenge is exactly and how NLP can help. So let's start with the sensory input. And the challenge, the scalability challenge here is, how do we know if children's experience and natural inputs is rich enough to support language learning? Okay? So this is a challenge sometimes called the Plato's problem. And maybe you know it more as the poverty of the stimulus argument, which is the way Noam Chomsky reframed it in the case of syntax. And broadly what this argument says is that if we look at children's input, it seems noisy, it seems incomplete, it seems too little, and this is in stark contrast with the sophistication and the richness of children's knowledge. And so if you're a nativist like Chomsky, you would take this premise and conclude that the only way to explain learning is that children have strong, innate learning biases that are language dedicated, and that's how we can explain learning. So what NLP can help us do is, by providing these scalable models, it helps us scrutinize this argument. Now we can really quantify if the input is really rich instead of just looking at a few utterances and making far-reaching theoretical conclusions. Okay? I'll show you 3 examples. The first is about syntax. So Hübner and colleagues looked at 5 million words of verbal data of child-directed language. So these are parents talking to children. So we take this input, 5 million words, because it roughly corresponds to the amount of words heard by kids up to 5 years old on average. And they used this input to train a model in a self-supervised fashion. And then they evaluated if this model has developed syntactic knowledge using standard evaluation metrics, like grammatical minimal pairs, which are also similar to how we test children's syntactic knowledge in the lab. Okay? And interestingly, what they found is that the model that they called Baby Bertha, which is trained on 5 million words of children's input, achieves scores that are on par with some very large models, I mean, relatively to Baby Bertha, like Roberta, even if it's only trained on children's inputs and with all its limitations. So what does that mean? It means that maybe children's input is not as poor as it might seem at first glance, and maybe there is a richness to the input that can be used by children to develop syntax without necessarily relying on too strong of language-specific linguistic biases. The second is about speech representations, and to study this, we need to look, of course, at the audio signal, not the verbal data. And here, Lavechan and colleagues, they used data from the Lina device, which you can put in children's pockets, and it collects everything that children hear throughout the day. And similarly, so they used this input to train a model in a self-supervised fashion, and also evaluated the model's knowledge emergence in a way similar to how we test children in the lab. It's a simple ABX task where the model has to differentiate between variation that is within the same word, like different pronunciations of the same word, versus variation that change meaning. Okay, again, so they found that models trained on this kind of input is pretty rich. I mean, it's not perfect, but there is potential, and there is hope that this kind of speech, despite its noise, its background noise, all its challenges, can still at least infer some amount of the knowledge in terms of speech representations. The last example I'll show you is about word meaning. And here we need to examine the visual modality, okay? And so here Wang and colleagues used data from head-mounted cameras, as you can see. These are cameras like GoPro cameras that children can wear. And this collects or records the children's perspective as they move around the house. Same structure. We give this input to a model in a key that learns in a self-supervised fashion, and then we evaluate the model, for example, by in its ability to select the correct reference of a word. All right, so the conclusions are also pretty impressive. So on the left, that's the model trained on children's inputs. And you can see that it's close to knowledge developed by CLIP, which is orders of magnitude larger, more data. So here again, conclusion, maybe children's noisy input is still rich enough to allow learning from it. Okay, so that's for this first part about the sensory input. The main takeaway is that children's input might not be as poor as we thought. It can help learn many linguistic representations. And of course, and these conclusions have really important implications for theories of language development. And they could not have been obtained without the models that have been developed in NLP. The caveat here that I'd like to make is that these models, like when we use NLP models here, it's not to provide a plausible learning scenario of children. We are not saying that the model learns like the child does. Here the focus is not on the child, is on the input, and we use the model only as a tool to tell us how much information is there in the input. Okay, so that's a very important caveat to have in mind. All right, so now I'll move to the cognitive abilities. And the challenge is the scalability of the learning mechanisms. So laboratory experiments are very important here because they allow us to identify if children have a given mechanism or a given like inductive bias. If we take the example of meaning generalization, or what Young called meaning extension, suppose we start in a lab experiment with an object that looks like a star, and we call it a DAX. And then we ask the kid to choose between two objects. We ask, where is the DAX? And here we have an object that is a color match, but not a shape match, or the other way around. And if the child picks this, the color match as being the DAX, we can say that there is a color bias. That's the bias that allows us to extend meaning. If it picks the shape bias, we can say the child has a shape bias, okay? And this kind of experiment showed that children have a shape bias, okay? Now, this is interesting, this is important to say that children have a certain bias and learn according to a certain mechanism, but it is a different thing to argue that this bias is actually useful, that when children learn from natural data, this bias is gonna help them. These are not the same things. You can have many biases, but which one of them are really effective and useful is a different question. And so that's what NLP technology can help us. And how we can do that, we can induce the bias in the scalable model, and then we can see if this bias induces a learning advantage when learning from natural data. Okay? So that would be, in brief, the strategy. And I'll show you two examples. The first one you probably already know from Gearhus and colleagues. So they tested a few successful image recognition models in a shape bias task, in a task where they try to determine what is the bias used for meaning extension. What they did is they constructed a stimuli where an image combined the shape of an object and the texture of a different object, right? So here, for example, you have the shape of a cat and the texture of an elephant. So what would the model do? Okay? So what they found is that the model has a texture bias. The model prefers texture over shape. The model extends meaning based on texture, not on shape. And as we said, this is different from how humans extend meanings. So here, these are children and then adults. They all extend based on meaning using exactly the same stimuli. And on the left, you have the models. So despite not having exactly the shape bias, we can still induce this bias in the model and see what happens. And this is exactly what the authors did in the same paper. So they used a synthetic data set that they created specifically to induce this bias. And what they found is that indeed the model with the bias was more resistant to noise. So that's the orange curve. That's the model with the bias. And the black curve is the model without the bias. So the model with the bias is more resistant to noisy conditions and the accuracy improves. And the red curve is the human participant. So the conclusion is that, okay, shape bias is not just a bias that children have, it's also a bias that can be helpful in learning in the real world. Okay? Second example, remember what we said about the syntax and that child input is syntax rich, actually? And the question we ask is this model, or does this model has a syntactic bias, like children? So a syntactic bias is a hierarchy, is the tendency to process sentences in a hierarchical fashion rather than, say, a linear fashion. And researchers, Yetidori, colleagues, tested this and found that actually they don't. This model, particularly when trained on child-directed language, don't have this bias, just like what we found with the shape bias. And again, the same strategy. McCoy and Griffiths now took this model and induced a hierarchical bias, also by using a specific synthetic data set that can help induce this bias. And also, similar results, they found that this model with bias can infer some learning advantage. And they found that this advantage appears when we increase the recursive complexity of a sentence. Okay? So if we say, like, the book on the chair in the room by the kitchen is blue, the more we include embedded clauses in this way, recursively, the more the model shows its advantage, the bias, I mean. Okay, so same conclusions. Children have a hierarchical bias, and this work shows that it is practical in real world. It can help them. Take-home message for this part is that, yes, learning mechanisms can be identified in the lab, but they can also be induced in models that can scale to natural data, allowing us to study learning mechanisms or the usefulness of learning mechanisms in the wild. In other words, we can study their ecological validity. Okay? The caveat. Okay? So here the conclusions rely on the specific comparison between a model that doesn't have the bias and a model that has the bias. Okay? And without this control, it's pretty tricky to draw a conclusion because, as we know, and many speakers yesterday, like Siva and Benoit, extensively shown, is that these neural networks come with a lot of inherent biases that we don't fully understand. Okay? So imagine if you have a model and succeeds in some task, it doesn't mean that if this model is not explicitly infused with a linguistic bias, it doesn't mean that a linguistic bias is not needed. It just means that the model succeeds with a bias we don't understand. That's all it means. Okay, so I move to the final part about the role of social interaction for language learning. And the challenge that the research in language acquisition has faced is, how do we quantify learning from natural social signals? So we can document the signals, we can count them, but how do we know the learning gain they can infer or they can provide to the kid? And I will focus on one example. It's the parents' feedback. It's a very old proposition that says that parents actually give positive feedback when children use language correctly and negative feedback when children use language incorrectly. So it has been debated for many decades, but it has never been quantified adequately. Why? Because for the same reasons as before, we never had the technology to do so. And now I argue that we do now have the technology to draw these conclusions. Okay? So we take, again, the same model about syntax. And now, in addition to the learning from inputs, we add a reinforcement learning step to the model, which instantiates the idea of interaction. And here the model can produce language and can receive rewards, positive rewards, if what the model said was syntactically correct, or negative reward otherwise. And we can use a PPO and see if that has any advantage on the model, in the model. And indeed, we can see that if we use a standard syntactic benchmark in NLP, BLIMP, we can see that starting from 0, which is the point where the model has starts doing reinforcement learning, that as interaction unfolds, syntactic knowledge improves. Okay? What this means is that there is something to learn from interaction which cannot necessarily be found in the input itself, and that maybe learning from feedback could add additional insights and elements for syntactic development. Okay? The problem with this approach is that here we had a perfect reward model. Okay? So the reward model tells you if you're correct or you're incorrect systematically. But we know that's not true. That's not what happens in real life. Parents do not always provide negative feedback when the child says something that's not grammatical, and the other way around. So we need to, while this is a nice proof of concept, we need to look at the real data and see what's going on there, right? And this is what we did in a follow-up study. So we looked at child-directed language, conversations, and we focused on only one aspect of feedback, which is clarification requests. So the child says something, and the parent want to clarify, like, what? What did you say? What did you mean? These kinds of communicative acts. And indeed, we did find a small correlation between clarification request and grammaticality. So clarification requests are slightly more, given more when the utterance is ungrammatical compared to when the utterance is grammatical. So the signal is noisy, but there is some signal. And so now can we use, to what extent is this natural signal helpful to acquire or to improve syntax? Okay? And indeed, we found that this little signal in the clarification request can contribute to improving syntactic knowledge. Slightly, very, very slightly, but robustly. Okay, so, but this is only one aspect of feedback. Okay, clarification request. We know that feedback is a multimodal thing. So you can give feedback with words, you can give feedback by silence, you can give feedback with nonverbal expressions. So there's many ways you can give feedback. So this is only an example to show that this is actually feasible. We can study the learning from social signals in an ecologically valid way. Okay, so yeah, the take-home message here again is that NLP can help us quantify learning gains from children, natural social interactions. The caveat, which is more of a limitation than a caveat, is that, as I said, most of social cues are hard to annotate and extract automatically, so we're still relying on human annotation. So this is a bottleneck that kind of slowing down our ability to study the theories of social learning more comprehensively. Okay, so I'm close to the conclusion. So I talked about sensory inputs and cognitive abilities and social interaction separately, okay, for pedagogical reasons, but also because research also tends to follow or focus on one element independently. But of course, these are interdependent, right? They don't occur separately. And a final argument I'm making is that actually NLP can help us integrate these things. And this integration is really crucial for theorizing. Why? So remember the poverty of the stimulus argument that we started with? So imagine the sensory input is poor, then we need these other elements to compensate, to see how they are balanced to explain developmental data. So if we don't find the input to be rich, then we might want to increase the degrees and the number of cognitive bias to compensate for it, or to modify the weights and rewards in the social learning to kind of achieve a fit with developmental data. And then as we receive, or as we pursue our research progress, we can revise the theory in a comprehensive fashion as well, while all these elements are balanced. And we saw an almost complete example with syntax. So the same model was trained in a self-supervised fashion on sensory input. The same model was used to induce a hierarchical bias, and the same model was integrated with a reinforcement learning components to model the gains from social interactions. And the same thing can be said about word learning. We can have a model that learns from cross-model cues. We can induce a shape bias or other biases in the model, and we can have also reinforcement learning components that provide feedback on semantic mistakes rather than grammatical mistakes. And for speech representation as well, we can have models that learn from the sensory audio. We can induce the models with biases like motor simulation and perception, including the articulatory constraints in perception, which help constrain the space of hypotheses. And we can also capitalize on the fact that we know that parents respond differentially to children when they say something that is speech-like versus non-speech-like, which provides also the same kind of feedback that we than the one that relates to linguistic mistakes. Okay, so I started with the slides about how we can connect again the two fields, NLP and child language development. And I've shown a few examples in a research program that tries to use or leverage the scalability of NLP to help us build ecological theories of language development. I haven't as much focused on the other direction, but you can see intuitively that as we infuse our developmental theories with NLP, then it would be easier to translate the insights back into an NLP system, but that a system that interacts with children. Okay, so if I sparked your interest in this kind of research, I invite you to check out our special issue, which is about similar ideas. It is just out in computational linguistics, and it was a pleasure to co-edit it with Mariana Apidenaki and Sebastian Pado. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Okay, so thank you, Abdella, for this very nice talk. And so we have time for a few questions. So please come to the mic, or there's a mic in the audience. Please.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question around learnability and bias. So you started your talk with these examples of how models can be used to determine sort of what the minimal input might be and whether input is rich enough to learn things like grammatical knowledge and so on. And then you moved on to bias, and we saw that a lot of these models don't have the biases we see in kids. So I wanted to ask you a bit about what do these models say about the learnability of these biases, which has been argued from like the empiricist perspective, right? If we do want to think about how kids are learning these things. And so yeah, what are your thoughts on learning bias and what NLP has to offer there, if we don't seem to have it yet in the models we have?
Right, that's an interesting question. But for the argument I'm making, it doesn't matter because I'm just using it as a tool. But I agree that if we did find that these large models learn these biases spontaneously, if they learn to learn them spontaneously, that would have been a strong argument for the usefulness of that bias. Unfortunately, they don't. And I'd like to, so for the syntactic bias in particular, it doesn't emerge with child-directed language, but it does emerge at some point with a lot of data. So there is a bias, a syntactic bias that emerge. For shape bias as well, so it's not universally the case. So here it was mostly CNNs. And people who use transformers, they found that maybe there is more shape bias in that. So there are there's a mixed bag. That's why I didn't want to go into that thing because it's very hard to, should we follow the transformers or the CNNs and which ones are better and which ones are telling the truth? Yeah, but you're right. I mean, it would have been nice if all these models show up, all the biases simultaneously. I don't know if that addresses your question, but okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting difference, right? Where we see that their richness seems to show us some behaviors, but not all. And a lot of like the poverty of the stimulus arguments are based on very specific examples of like, say, grammatical knowledge and so on. And I wonder how much we are showing the right examples and are showing that we are learning like the right biases that we know are learned in kids as well. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. We'll talk about it later.
Hi. Thank you for the talk. So, I also have a general question about the bias thing. As you showed that inducing bias makes the algorithm more robust against noise. I am a bit curious if it can be the other way around. Like maybe we need to control the bias and we make it more noisy, and the noisy data has less bias. So can it work that way? Maybe for a different problem, not exactly this one, in general sense.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the idea. So you want to add noise to?
To reduce bias.
To reduce the bias?
Yeah.
Right. So this means you identify a bias, for example, in the models, and you want to do something like Siva showed us yesterday, like you remove some biases and see what happens.
Yeah, like that.
I'm not an expert in that, but maybe Siva or Benoit can tell us if you remove the head or what happens.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Just have a quick question. in social interaction, so most of the time we talk about the interaction between the caretaker and the children, but there's also a lot of interaction within children. And so it's a bit like the previous talk, when some language emerge, like when, for example, we have machine talking to machines, when we can see a language emerging. So what happens in the interaction between kids? Do you have corpora, recordings which can show something about that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. A lot of research in language development is based on child caregiver developments. There are more corpora about this that can be used for these scalable models. So that creates some kind of bias into which kind of interactions are used. But on the other hand, also like most of the phenomena we're talking about is about like up to 3 years, where if you just calculate the frequencies of interactions between caregiver and peers, it's not comparable. It's still like dominated by the caregiver. So the peers like start from kindergarten, where this is at age where many of the linguistic representations I'm talking about have already been established to a large extent. So there's also this argument for it. But if we are talking about social interactions as in general, regardless of language development, then of course, yes, peer learning is like really fundamental. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And so now it's time for a break. It's time for a break, so we start again. So we're a bit late, but it's not a problem. So we start again at 11. Okay? So you have some coffee there and some...
essayer qu'il y ait des changements visibles à partir de la semaine prochaine.
Oh ouais.
Puis moi, je suis là mardi, je m'en ai dit à tous les mardis. Viens me voir, tu sais, s'il te plaît, dis-moi-y, rêve un peu, viens me voir mardi dans 2 semaines, dis-moi si tu veux des changements, dis-moi si t'aimes mieux ça. Puis, hopefully, genre, tu vas voir tester.
Oh ouais. C'est cool. Tu vas-y aller?
Ouais. J'ai dit, ça poussait énormément, j'ai dit, moi, en échange, je vais aller supprimer ma review sur mon site. Merci de m'avoir été pour faire ça, mais j'ai fait ça.
Ça file comme qu'ils ont déjà des plans avec cet employé-là, genre type shit.
Ouais, puis l'autre fille, pas celle de 2-3 jours, mais l'autre, la fois d'avant, qui a eu l'annulation, on m'a dit qu'elle travaillait pour moi.
Bon. Bon.
C'est cool.
Ça n'a pas d'allure sur un milieu de travail de parler à des gens comme ça, tu sais.
J'ai dit, tu sais, sorry, mais moi, je suis dans 3 ans que je viens de passer mon cash, j'ai dit, j'achète des cash, j'en ai essayé, des chandails de chez dans les autres, j'ai fait partout dans le monde. Je travaille en face, je peux avoir de la chaîne à tout le monde, je suis à travers toutes les puis là, on m'en va à quelque chose, j'amène un feedback constructif quand je me fais envoyer chier. Elle capotait, elle dit, c'est quoi? Même ces personnes-là, qui travaillent, qui travaillent ça, qui sont même pas, quand ils sont pas créatifs, qui représentent le jeu. Mais oui, si quelqu'un t'avait dit ça, genre, avant de t'avais dit ça.
Moi.
C'est quoi, man? C'est vraiment rafraîchissant de te parler. Puis Evan Pack, c'est la marque de bain.
Ah, ok, ok.
J'en vois jamais. Moi, j'ai quelqu'un d'autre. Fait que, honnêtement, j'ai bien apprécié son approche.
Bon, ben c'est cool. En espérant que ça soit honnête et que ça soit pas juste du sucre, tu sais. Quel infographiste de feu. Wow.
Test 1, 2.
Check A. And mic 1.
Ça va être ton gym. Honnêtement, mais sans vouloir être wack, genre, c'est une des fans, genre là-bas, genre littéralement tout le monde s'est chié, genre. Ah ouais, hein? Ça fait juste un petit. Ça marche! Ça, c'est bien. Ouais. Oui, le premier talk, restart, je retourne en haut, c'est ma télé dans le mur. Yes. All over the place aujourd'hui. Honnêtement, je suis content parce que ça prouve qu'il y a du monde en haut qui check ça. Genre, je commençais à penser que c'était juste une gang de fils de cœur. Là, ça me montre que genre, non, il y a actually du monde en haut qui care pour la business. Ben, j'espère. Là, Chris, quand t'as un loyer à payer de même, ça va vite en esti, cette affaire-là. Là. C'est des loyers à genre 2-3 000 piastres. On a un prix corpo là, ici, dans le sens que on a une promotion à l'interne. J'ai dit genre, ben ouais, je sais pas si tu sais, mais tu sais, tout ça, genre, c'est pas ça à cause de moi. J'ai fait ça avec un des profs, tout. Là, c'est moi qui ai fait passer le message. J'ai dit genre, je fais littéralement tout en mon pouvoir pour genre amener le plus de monde possible de ma business au blockchain. J'ai littéralement, il y a pas longtemps, j'ai encore une nouvelle personne qui a enroll qui s'est inscrit. Si vous avez parlé, qui s'est inscrit il y a 2 semaines, là, qui a fait un membership permanent, c'est mon boy à la job, il vient littéralement coacher avec moi. Ouais, il irait plus si il irait pas. J'essaie pas d'être smart, d'être salté en ce moment, mais je dis, moi c'était ma business, je capoterais un peu qu'un estime employé que je m'en prends en liste, je fasse pas le monde, tu sais, genre. Parce que on t'es pas si d'entendre que ça. Non, c'est ça. Sois gentil avec les clients. Elle avait peut-être une mauvaise journée aussi. Ouais, mais c'est pas grave. Non, mais c'est vrai. Ouais. Ça prend une. Ouais. Parce que moi ici, j'ai une mauvaise journée, là, mais même si quelqu'un vient, quelqu'un d'affiler un partner ou l'autre, qui vient me parler, je suis en recherche, j'ai pas avoir une mauvaise journée. Je mets ma face Mila. Ouais. Mais j'étais content de là, la fille, elle me dit, genre, en passant, tu sais, je sais très bien pas, tu penses, je fais 5 ou 10, pour une fille, là, elle me fait chier à moi. C'est ma grandeur, exactement. C'est ça, même pour le monde de service, c'est juste, alors on fait 5 et 8, puis elle trouve ça. C'est top. Ouais, parce que c'est trop close, c'est trop proche, ouais. J'ai dit, je me plains pas sans te donner de solution. J'ai des solutions concrètes si tu veux, puis je suis sûr que t'es comme déjà. J'ai dit, il y a un mur à Chamonix, ils ont un gym, ils ont un mur en particulier qui s'appelle le Junior Wall. Quand quelqu'un de 5 pieds 8, c'est ça. Fait que là, pour faire ça, il faut qu'il y ait littéralement une deuxième thématique. Comme j'ai dit, c'est assez simple à comprendre. Dans le junior wall, il est là plus élevé, je scène plus. Genre, je scène des grades plus haut, tout. Puis c'est fait pour des gens petits. Mais pas me dire que, à ce moment-là, c'est impossible, tu sais.
Toi, tu leur proposes de faire un mur qui est adapté à tout le monde.
Ouais, je leur ai dit, moi, ce que je pense que je devrais faire, c'est de penser à plus, rendre ça plus inclusif. Puis c'est assez simple à faire. Tu rajoutes un petit peu de plastique en dessous. Ça coûte, c'est un morceau à 2 piastres, ça coûte 5 secondes à faire. Tout le monde est content.
Ils sont pas
Mike, walk around, but you need to give your hand.
Imagine, ça aurait sonné fucking.
All right, maybe it's time to start, so we don't have too much delay. Please come to join your seats. We have another 2 very interesting talks. We move from cognitive science to neuroscience. So the first talk is going to be given by Guillaume Dumas. Guillaume is a professor at the University of Montreal, also a member of Mila. He has been working at the intersection of artificial intelligence or computer science at large, neuroscience, but also social science. He's affiliated to the Faculty of Medicine, so he has a very nice team doing a lot of interdisciplinary work. So it's a real pleasure to have you here, Guillaume. Please, the room is yours. Do you want to use this mic or which one? You want to stay there? Okay. Go.
Can you hear me properly? Yeah? Good. So thank you very much to the organizer for giving the opportunity to share with all of you some recent work, because like my interest in large language model and NLP is pretty recent. Today I will mention some theoretical work first, done with Tommaso Tosato, who is a postdoc in my lab. And also recent, and by recent I mean like iClear deadline recent, results about psychological assessment of large language model. So first I want to thank all the people I had the chance to make this interdisciplinary endeavor, and we heard about Vygotsky this morning. I'm also a fan about Ubuntu. Vygotsky was also in this kind of I am because you are, and so this is like a social endeavor that we are doing, and especially my team at the Saint-Justine Hospital, which cover like many of those disciplines. So we are interested in computational psychiatry, precision medicine, but today I will mention more like the basic research part of the lab, which is social neuro-AI. So the root of all that is the work that I started more than 10 years ago on social interaction, and some people at that time called social interaction metaphorically the dark matter of neuroscience, because there were not so much things happening at the intersection of neuroscience in two individuals engaged in dynamical interaction. And over the years, we have progressively make empirical contribution to show how this interactive aspect of human cognition is very different from the perceptual take that people have taken on social cognition in humans. And how, for instance, in the case of social interaction, the fact of being engaged spontaneously in an interaction or more like indirectly with a directed social interaction like we have now, but where it's more unidirectional, the neural dynamics are different, and depending on the role that you're taking also, it's different. But one of the leading research in my lab is about a phenomenon that I observed during my PhD called the interbrain synchronization, which was also impossible to assess by looking at single brain isolated. And we have developed a technology called hyperscanning, which is the recording of multiple brains simultaneously during social interaction to be able to bring in the lab these social interactive settings. And so it helped to uncover that it takes two to tango and that conversational dynamics are made also by two people or more. And so understanding those dynamics require to move outside of the limit of the skull. And so we applied that. So this early work was on imitation of hand movement, so it was not verbal. But with my colleague Alejandro Perez, we also show using hyperscanning that we can study those interbrain synchronization in the context of conversation and language. Here, for instance, showing how two native speakers talking in their native language have more interbrain synchrony than if they are talking in another language. And recently, after the pandemic, we study with the team of Ruth Feldman how video-mediated technology like Zoom also impair our ability to synchronize with other individuals when we are compared to face-to-face. So this thing was more like neuroscience, and how we moved to AI. Well, at first it was to try to understand what was going on with those interbrain synchronization. I can talk about how difficult it was at the beginning. Some people were thinking I was a parapsychologist even doing that stuff. So we tried to model mathematically what was going on and typically what was the contribution of the anatomical structure to this resonance between two brains when they are interacting. And that was like generative model, so like not in the generative AI sense, but biophysical way. And we moved from generative models in silico to probe the factors contributing to this interbrain synchrony, to interactive model also, to try to carry in an avatar the dynamical systems modeling that we were using to understand how the brain works. And so in those contexts, so for instance, this one, we are using nonverbal coordination again, but we show that using those brain-inspired dynamical system model, we were able to pass the nonverbal Turing test, which in an ironic sense is, I think, harder to pass than a verbal Turing test with a chatbot. So that brings us to today in Montreal, and what we're trying to do in my team on the side of Mila with a research program called Social Neuro AI, where we try to integrate progress in temporal dynamics, so moving from a feed-forward network and recurrent network to more like even integrating differential equation and oscillation in machine learning algorithms. Going further in the biological plausibility beyond deep learning and neoconnexionism by integrating cognitive architecture. And finally, taking seriously social embodiment, so moving away from just text-based chatbots towards embodied agents like robots, and in middle, taking advantage of Montreal being a big city for video games, to have also these mixed reality and VR settings for artificial embodiments. So why do we care about that? Like why don't just do the engineering way and care about the brain? I'm an engineer by training, by the way, so it's a very relevant question to have. Well, because there is like people who start to have misattribution regarding those artifacts. So you may have heard, of course, about this guy, Blake Lemoine, who is always presented as a Google engineer, but in fact is also a priest. So I think it has also a big connection with his error of attribution and his sensitivity to the ELISA effect. But so how we deal with that and how we can make this large language model more aligned and avoid misattribution of agency and even for some people consciousness. So the point is that, we already heard this morning, large language models are very different from the brain. There are already at the linguistic level a misalignment between the correct grammar or spelling and the fact that it's functionally correct. So those sentences on the right are perfectly linguistically correct, but they have all problems in terms of reasoning, world knowledge, or, for instance, at the end, theory of mind. So there are, of course, ways of circumventing that, but it shows that there is a lack of underlying understanding compared to grammatical correct inference. And it's also linked with, it's interesting to cite also Korzybski and Science Insanity with the map territory common fallacy, which was initially a treaty about semantic in the case of Korzybski. So the map territory fallacy was about language and about semantic issue. So there is like this danger of confusing LLM with actual human cognition in many ways, from a legal standpoint to even mental health problem. We're going to dive into that later. And we're going to argue that similar output don't necessarily means similar underlying process. So we need to look beyond just simple input-output behavior as it was done. And I think like one of these fallacies come from a very convenient but sometimes misleading framework coined by David Marr in the 80s in his very pioneering book, Vision, where David Marr tried to explain a separation of levels of explanation for cognitive systems by separating the computational level from the algorithmic and the implementation level. And so like this is very convenient to get that away and say like, we don't care about the substrate, whether it's neuron or transistor, who cares? We just focus on the computational level. But the thing is that systems biology tells us a different story on scales. So even Claude Bernard 2 centuries ago was already warning us about the fact that in nature we are tends to reifying in our minds levels of explanations, but actually those levels are connected causally between each other. And we are far from understanding what is implementation and what is computational in the brain right now. So, well, how we compare brain and artificial neural network? Well, Vision showed us already that we can probe representation and processes by looking at representational similarity analysis, for instance, that has been widely used in the field of CNN and vision. And in the case of large language model and language systems in the brain, we have like a large amount of work now on how we can look at similarity of the representation and map them again on the brain and see the hierarchy of those representations. So typically you have this kind of work, for instance, with the team of Jean-Rémy King at Meta, where you compare like language representation in LLM across different layers. You can project them back on the human brain and compare in the same way of James DiCarlo things in the CNN, but for language. But the problem is that representation similarity, as I say, was not the same as process similarity. You can have like similar representation with different underlying mechanisms that leads to those representation. And in a recent piece by Ryo Takanai, he argued that, for instance, there are process representation also that are required for metacognition that are not just the process of information in a linear way. So like, it's not like a layer feed an information of another layer, but there are like also higher order statistics representation that are associated with processes. So what do we do? Well, we can look at mechanistic interpretability. Mechanistic interpretability is blooming in the field of LLMs. At last ICML, apparently, they had to rent another room. There were like so many people interested in mechanistic interpretability. Well, neuroscience is pretty strong on that. Like neuroscientists, when you put mechanism, they are all excited. And there is a long story of mechanistic interpretability in the field of systems neuroscience, typically. And where, like, for instance, tools like neurogenetics and optogenetics can help to pinpoint very specific circuits associated with different behavior and try to really decipher those underlying mechanisms. So how to bridge these mechanistic gaps? So we are here for bridging gaps, but how to bridge them? Well, there are different topics. For the sake of time, of course, I can't cover all of them, but roughly, and you can also at the break later, if you have others, please come. I'm giving a list. So connectivity and modularity, internal states, developmental, we heard also earlier, embodiment and grounding, compositional representation, oscillatory dynamics, and also allometry and scaling law. So just to go through them quickly, so in the brain we have like a modular organization. For those who are not familiar with Van Essen, like this is one of the most used figure to show that the brain is a mess. It's not like a linear thing. Everything is with feed forward and feedback. And that's just the visual system, by the way. I don't show even the metabolic pathway in the cell. It's like even worse. So biology is messy and complex systems full of redundancy. And well, in current LM architecture, we have also a very dense level of connectivity, of course, but there are potential improvements. So for instance, mixture of expert, recurrent independent mechanisms, and we can also use different sparsity methods to achieve also this modularity through learning. Internal state and memory, well, we have seen also how there is a continuous update of internal representation during learning. And in current LM, we have like a massive amount of data that is delivered, like a big load of data. And on top with fixed context windows, so we have a lot to do about that. And during learning and development, also something that is poorly addressed by current architecture is this curriculum learning, and the way of learning a language is not like a one-shot thing, and is also inscribed in a multimodal way and a complex experience of the world. So, for instance, in a recent work with Jean-Pierre Changeux, we model in a biophysical way artificial critical periods, where like you, instead of learning the whole system at once, you can have like genetically pre-programmed windows of plasticity for different parts of your network, and that contribute to stability of certain representation that you can build upon, for instance. So the nature handle that with genetic envelope and programming. We don't have yet this kind of artificial critical period well used in artificial neural network. Embodiment, well, as you see, there's a lot to say about it. As I say in the beginning, like we are dealing with disembodied chatbots. I like to say they are using a sort of second-hand embodiment by learning on language corpus. Well, the potential improvement have already been discussed a bit in this symposium. Multimodal model, robotics, training on social interactive data, incorporating explicit representation of mental states, so not only the language itself, but maybe some other attributes. I will go back to that with the more psychotherapy and mental health application of large language model, and also multi-agent setup. So that's also something that emerged recently at ICML. I think the best paper was about multi-agent LLM, so how we can use social settings inside the LLM architecture. And so reasoning, compositional representation. It can be boring if I read through. So I have a QR code at the end with the paper, so you can read all the details, and I will put my slide also available. Oscillatory dynamics, maybe the next talk gonna mention that, but that's to me like the elephant in the room in artificial neural network. We have no dynamics in the same way as we have in the brain, and typically those oscillations are somehow discarded as mere implementation details, while in fact a growing literature show that they have a functional meaning in the brain and are actively implicated in, for instance, sense of time, perception, chunking, synchronization with others, and so on. And so we have to investigate how those different oscillations are at play. And typically in language, it's a big topic. And finally, something that I like and I don't like simultaneously, scaling law. It's very interesting coming from physics to see that we can observe scaling law like we saw in other complex systems. A bit more irritating to see the hubris associated with that by saying like, we don't need theory anymore, we just need to scale. Well, there are also some other contingency to take into account, typically climate and ecology, and typically the brain is handling super well those things. And with 20 watt, we are dealing with way more things than those gigantic models. So we may have to learn still from the brain on how to be frugal and economic at the energetic level. So, and typically also another project that I did in my previous appointment at the Institut Pasteur was to look at evolution of the human brain, and we showed that actually the evolution of Homo sapiens compared to Neanderthal and other hominids and primates was also associated with sociality and language. Typically, the Broca area accumulate a lot of divergent genes compared to the rest of the cortex, and show that evolution is not just about just scaling homogeneously. You need to have some inductive biases in the case of the brain regarding language. So why do we care about that? Like, why trying to make LLM more brain-like? I brought up the idea of already ecology and frugality, but there is also another problem, which is also something that people get more and more conscious about, which is alignment with human value and out-of-distribution problems, such as this kind of problems. So like, for those who didn't know, like a couple of months ago, a person in Belgium committed suicide after extended conversation with a bot called Elisa. And like, typically it's like a bit like obvious, but when you chat with the LLM, you realize that they have no understanding of this kind of social settings. And typically here, a bot that was more designed for helping in case of mental health, give advice on how to commit suicide in different ways. So, well, you can correct that and patch it and say like, yeah, if someone asking to commit suicide, don't answer that. But you're gonna always end up patching stuff in a very artificial way that no human would do anyway. So that brings us to the more recent, again, like ICLEAR recent results. So I bear you to be understanding with the precariousness of our results, but it's still like very interesting to me. So where we are testing the personality trait of large language model, and by personality, so we took the American Psychological Association definition, which is this enduring characteristic and behavior that comprise a person unique adjustment to life, including major trait, interest, drive, value, self-concept, abilities, and emotional patterns. We can see already the limitation of talking about personality in the case of a large language model. And so that's, it takes a village, so those are like the people involved. It's in collaboration with the team of Irina Rij here at Mila, and we have Tommaso is clearly involved, and we have also David, Mohamed, and Mohamed who are here. So do LLM have really personalities? Can we think about personalities in LLM? I mean, given the definition, the short answer would be no. And the long answer would be like there are many problems. So there is a data problem. LLM are trained, as I say, on massive amount of data load at once, including multiple personalities combined, and things that are also even non-personal, like administrative text or stuff like that. There is a measurement problem. So personality test questions are designed for humans, not for LLMs, and they infer, in a sense, that there is like a cognitive states associated with the output. And finally, an interpretation problem. So we thought about the Elisa effect. People would associate like ChatGPT answers to like some form of personality, but that's a intentional stance that we cannot repress, and we tend to do. Like my daughter do that with her teddy bear. So, I mean, Blake Lemoine still do it very late in life. So how we move from those point estimate to more like distributional picture of that? Because in humans, it would be a point estimate. You have a personality and you have a given trait. But LLMs being statistics machines, well, we have to look at how sensitive they are to context, to the question order, to the phrasing of those questions, and how to even map the response to the question. So for instance, in this recent paper by Gupta and colleagues, they just took the same questions, but asked to answer by ABC or 1, 2, 3, or in a general sense. And just by doing so, or reversing the items order of the test, we can see on the right like the strong variability of ChatGPT on the big 5 personality trait. So the questions are exactly the same. It's just the way of framing them in the model. And those are like, for instance, the last one in pink is the prompt tree, so without a guide about A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3. And with the R, it means reverse. And so you see that just reversing the order of the item also changed drastically the answer to the personality trait. So in our case, we conducted that with the Big Five inventory, but also Eisen personality questionnaire. For the sake of time, we're going to focus more on the Big Five inventory, which is like, for those who don't know, like extraversion, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and openness. It's 44 questions, and we had a different way of delivering those questions using an updated version of something called PsychoBench. That is a very nice project. And to avoid also too much stochasticity, we fixed the temperature to 0. So this is how it works. So we have like different questions with different categories. And then we ask the different LLMs to answer those questions from 1 to 5, and given like a specific frame of the way to format the thing. So you have to know already that proprietary models tends to not answer to those questions. They are very non-cooperative on being probed at the psychological level, I would say. So we use essentially open source LLMs. And so here, for instance, you have a global picture of those variability of personality trait. At the bottom is the random answers. So like just the 1 to 5 is random to see how variability you got if you just answer randomly to those questionnaires. And the gray area is the general population of humans, to give you a sense also where humans stand on those traits. And you can see already that, for instance, neuroticism, we tend to be more neurotic than LLMs, or LLMs are less neurotic than us. That depends on how you see it. And agreeableness, you can already see that there are people pleasers, so they are trained to be agreeable in a sense. But you can look at how, so here in order you have Llama 8B, 70B, 405B, and then GEMA 9B and GEMA 27B. So you can see already some trends in terms of scaling also of the model. But overall, the message is that it's clearly very variable, depending on the prompt and the model. So here like are the different prompts we studied also. We took the vanilla assistant, useful assistant. We tried to train a Buddhist monk, a psychopath, and since we are interested in mental health, also a schizophrenic patient. And larger model, first trend is that the larger the model, the more stable the distribution seems to be. So the tighter the variability of those traits are. But that doesn't mean that it solves alignment either. So first, you can see it's also diverging from the norm of human in certain case scenario. So in terms of all the big five on the Llama model, you can see that how increasing the size moved the model away from what you would expect in the normal population in humans, for instance. And that's the assistant persona, which is the most stable, actually. So the non-conventional persona are actually more unpredictable. So here, for instance, the psychopath, you can see that the scaling is not monotonous, for instance, in the case of openness, where like there's a phase transition where it collapsed at larger scale. And the fact that you include the chat history also or not tends to make this thing even worse. So the way you have your pipeline for large language model, that's one of the big message for people who are using that also in the industry and for general applications, that when you update your model or when you are like changing your pipeline and so on, you may end up with like very, very out of distribution behavior and in an unpredictable way. And so typically the example with the poor Belgium person, I mean, you can have like a very clear pipeline for handling mental health stuff, and you change your API call, or the industry change it without telling you, it may end up in very, very different behavior that would not be expected. So that's a kind of message. And so we are trying to apply that to typically mental health with a young startup called Lina Wright. They are there, where they are not trying to train a psychotherapist. I would not work on that directly. I think there's too much problems and ethics problem for that. Here, the idea is to reverse the problem, to train patients, virtual patients, to train therapists. So like there's a lack of availability of training for young psychotherapists and medical residents. And with that, we can actually design off the shelf the ideal patient to train those psychotherapists in different contexts, with different personality, different backstory, and different DSM categories of disorders. So that's a nice practical application, and the fact to work on personality traits is the first direction into that. So I think I'm of time, so that's the different contribution of the talk. If you are interested in the big messages regarding the mechanistic gap at algorithm and implementation between brains and LLM, here's the QR code of our recent piece with Tommaso, and I'm looking forward for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great talk, Guillaume. So we can take questions. So either you can take the mic, or our volunteers maybe can take the mic to you. You just raise your hands. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you for the talk. I'm not sure I totally understood how you primed the LLM into being like a psychotic or schizophrenic or all this stuff.
It was only prompt engineering.
So you basically told the prompt you're gonna behave this way?
Yeah.
But based on what? I mean, did you expect the LLM
yeah,
to
DSM criteria, for instance,
okay.
for schizophrenia.
Okay, I see. So you expected the LLM to kind of understand all this stuff? I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you try to dig into like how the LLM have been trained at first to kind of understand this kind of concept?
That's typically one of the questions we are trying to study now. Like if we expose or fine tune with content specific to mental health, for instance, how it will improve the persona of patients, like schizophrenia, like for severe form, or even clients in general for psychotherapy with different traits and so on. But also another approach is to do mechanistic interpretability. In that case, that's even more recent. We don't have too much results to show, but that would be like really to, instead of prompting, to actually change the weights associated with different activation for those traits in general.
Okay.
To steer like the behavior of the LLM, basically, artificially.
I still have a last question. I'm wondering how much is kind of double dipping to can prompt the LLM to behave like this and then test him in a test who will test what you prompted to do. I don't know what to say.
Oh, that's the point, like to test if it works.
Yeah, finally.
No, it's more like showing that it doesn't work.
Okay.
Because indeed, you would expect that then, okay, maybe it will perfectly answer in a very deterministic way, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, okay.
That's the point. Like those machines are not behaving as humans in terms of personality assessment at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for example, in here you can see that the same prompt. So here there was the same prompt with the same description of a psychopath that was given to different models. And the questions of the questionnaires were presented in a different sequence every time. And we ran the experiment 100 times. So you see that the result is a distribution.
Okay,
so just changing the question order with the same persona prompt, just changing the question order of the same questionnaire will give very different personality scores.
Yeah.
And this question the existence of a stable personality for the model. And here it's even more interesting because you see we are increasing model size from 8 billion to 405 billions. And we would expect a more stable behavior with larger size, which is what we see for the assistant.
Yeah, for the assistant, it's stable. It's more stable with the size, but for non-classic, it becomes like
it increases the randomness of the possibility of the answer.
Exactly. And if we include chat history, which just it means that we leave when we ask a new question, we also provide in the context the previous questions and the previous answers. The variability it's even larger. The red one is with chat history, and the green one is without chat history.
Yeah, I see.
Because I mean, that's like a kind of chaos, deterministic chaos. Like
because it takes everything before and just.
Yeah, and like there's a bifurcation of possibilities for one question, and based on the history, it amplified this divergence. So you would say in human case, if the person has an history of what they answer, they would be like even more stable,
more consistent.
Their personality. Here is the opposite.
This was actually highly surprising for us, but these are the results.
Yeah,
good to see.
And you see that for personalities that are not the classic assistant, the thing is even more accentuated. It's even stronger.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it was just a bit question upon the same line, about the history. Because one problem with when you have a long conversation with an LLM is that the narrative coherence decreases, as long as the conversation goes on. And so, did you measure, if you repeatedly ask the same question from time to time, how many, after what length of interaction, the coherence vanish and then it answered different things to the same questions.
Yeah, for the context length, basically.
Yeah.
We didn't test for that. We know that it's gonna happen, indeed. Yeah, for sure. All our tests are fitting in the context length. So it's not like these variations is not caused by the fact of forgetting the previous answer. It's typically more like this kind of multiverse of possibilities at the stochastic level, where like if the first question already there is variability, then the second one, by taking the first question, since there is variability at the first, it's adding the branching of behavior. No, no, it will, like in that case, yeah. So like if you are in the same context, like yeah. Yeah.
There are 44 questions in the questionnaire, and we ask all of them once, but in different orders. And when there is chat history, we provide the previous questions and the previous answers for that specific run. And we can do this only for Llama, because, for example, Gemma has not a large enough context window that allows us to provide all the previous questions and all the previous answers.
Okay.
So that's why we are showing it only for Llama.
Okay. So like also the thing is, it has been shown independently from psychological assessment. If you say like, my name is Frédéric, and you run a lot of stuff and so on, and you say, what is my name every other time, at some point it will forget your name. So I guess we can do a sanity check. It's interesting to do. But I would bet that it will maintain the same answer until the context length vanish. Yeah. You can test that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Shaki.
Thanks a lot. So thank you for the talk, and I appreciate you listed the limitations of the personality tests right up in front. So I guess I was wondering, how do we interpret these results from the personality questions given those limitations that you listed? Because I think your claim, you explicitly say you do not claim that LLMs have personality. So I guess what is the claim? Is it something about something practical or useful about this?
Yes, sure. So like, to me, like the main message from a practical point of view is that since we have humans with this spontaneous urge to attribute personality, even if there is no such construct for LLM in a valid way, we need to be careful in the design of those machines, especially in contexts like psychotherapy or mental health, because it could lead to very out of distribution behavior that could lead to catastrophe. And so here we try to have a distributional look at that, to look at the outliers and being able to see potentially how to constrain and regularize those personality traits to avoid this very extreme case scenario where, for instance, you would have, here we don't have a more like a toxic kind of questionnaire. You can also use this kind of questionnaire. But even with the assistant persona, if you have a toxicity that is a large distribution, it means that sometimes your supposedly nice assistant behave in a very toxic way. So that kind of be a direct application to have a benchmark to run before deploying, for instance, to notice how unstable your behavior is, for instance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Well, thanks for the talk. I think we've seen these same results also for opinions, for instance. If you probe LLMs for opinions, you would see that they have no clear political opinions, for instance. So I think that in the scientific community, we are pretty clear about the answer, whether we can make an analogy of LLM being like humans. So, I mean, Google search engine is not like a human, and an LLM for me is more like Google search engine. He has seen like all the web, and he has like accumulated this knowledge. The question is, what can we do with this like collective knowledge that we have? Should we, for instance, make prescription that LLMs, if they are used as assistants, should have a personality? So should the designer enforce that they have a stable personality to make the interaction with one user more like stable? Enforce this in our regulation, or should we instead like ban psychopathic LLMs from being open sourced? I mean, that's a serious question because people are using this stuff. So, I mean, I think we now have a clear answer to these questions, but what do we do with these answers?
Well, that's a very interesting question. Like the cat is out of the bag, so I don't think like we can regulate much on that. My answer would be more like education of the population. And typically, in the same way that we have education to drive, we may have education to use AI in the general population, or in the same way in the US, you have these stickers on the objects are appearing smaller than they are in the rear mirror. Maybe we can have a disclaimer on every commercial LLM that say like this is an artificial agent, and at least having the clear transparency of indicating when we are interacting with a real human or with an agent, which is sometimes a bit confusing when you have like those chatbot in web pages where you don't know if it's a human. I'm trying to do sometimes as a spare time hobby Turing test with those chatbots, and sometimes it's real humans. It's very confusing for them, maybe what I'm trying to do. But so like there are like sometimes LLMs, sometimes real humans, and it's not clearly indicated. So having at least that, I think it's a big start. And then regarding the distribution, I mean, humans are also prone to priming and order of questions. Actually, when you do an assessment and survey in the general public, there's a whole field of literature in social science on how to order your question and balance for that, but it's not as extreme as what we see here. So the point here was more like to warn about like those nonlinear behavior and extreme case of expression of personality that are not maybe even, you say like the general population is not at the level of maybe the scientific community, but even in the scientific community, like I don't think all the people doing a large language model in the industry or in computer science are familiar with the concept of personality in psychology and all those details. So like having an idea at least of the range of expression of those behavior can give a sense of what to expect in the end product, for instance, when they are designing a software.
You want to make a short comment here?
Yeah, and I think in the field there are like tons of papers that run this test and do not show the distribution but just show a point estimate and claims that this specific model has this specific personality. So our work is also like giving a warning to this kind of research, that you cannot just test the model once with one specific question order, with one specific phrasing of the prompt, with like the naive personality and claim, oh, that's the personality of that model.
Yeah, typically there were like papers like ChatGPT is a
There
psychopath.
are a
or
lot
like
of these papers that just run the questionnaire only once and just show one score.
So we take a very last short question. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. What is the implication of this work in terms of personality trait? For example, if I want to build a kind of machine or a model to infer personality based on some input, let's say textual or some conversation.
Yes.
Can I use your conclusion as a start point to say, if, let's say what is happening right now in the US, like the political campaigns.
Okay. Yeah, like a probe more than...
yeah.
Okay.
Can I now infer those personality traits based on your results and conclusion here? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a cool application. It's more like the reverse in that case. You use the LLM as a probe for testing the personality of a text. So there are like actually recent piece on that where they are using the latent representation of the LLM as the source for predicting those big 5 parameters. And then you can, with text where we know already, so there's like a LLM persona dataset where you have a bunch of personas and text generated by those personas. They train with that, and then you can use that with the new text and guess the personality. And actually the results are pretty strong, yeah. So you can use LLM also as a kind of more probe for personality of text generated by humans or other LLM. Yeah.
Okay, we thank again Guillaume for this great talk. And we move to our next speaker, who is Benjamin Morillon. Benjamin is a cognitive neuroscientist focusing on human auditory neurophysiology and sequential encoding of information in the brain. He's graduated from his PhD degree in the École Normale Supérieure in Paris, ENS. He has been also spending some time as a postdoctoral fellow at Columbia and not far away from here, McGill. I know that. That's nice to know that. We are very happy to have you here, Benjamin. I may understand that you're going to give us a very complimentary picture to the talk of Guillaume. Yeah, thank you.
So, do you hear me? It's okay? No, yeah, I prefer this one. So, I'm very happy to be there. It's very good to be back in Montreal. I love this place. And it's nice also, when I left in 2015, Mila was not existing, basically. There were no buildings here, so it's good to see the evolution of the city and the evolution of the university. So today I will not speak about speech only, because I study auditory perception, and in humans, you know, you have two main kind of sounds, in speech and music. So, you know, both are very complex. They are hierarchically structured sequences. They are auditory stimuli, and they are specific to humans. So one game is to compare what is similar and what is different between speech and music. So I will show you a brain. This is the left hemisphere. You know, you have two hemispheres. And when we process sounds, we have this very basic idea that you have two main pathways of processing, the ventral pathway and the dorsal pathway. It's the same in vision, basically. In audition, we get inspired by people in vision, and we just copy their concepts. And so when you study speech and music, of course, there are many processes that are shared. For example, the auditory cortex processes both sounds, and then you have some processes that are different. Of course, otherwise you would not be able to discriminate speech signal from music signals. Your brain is supposed to process them a bit differently. And one idea is that speech is mostly left lateralized. You know, some clinical doctors in the 20th century have claimed that the left hemisphere is dominant, okay, which is like a weird term these days. And music is happening in the right hemisphere mostly, in the frontal regions. Okay, so just a brief introduction on the functional neuroanatomy of speech and music. So why should we use AI when we want to study speech and music? And when you think in terms of interdisciplinarity, I met Frédéric Béchet in an interdisciplinary program in Marseille. So we have like 6 or 7 different disciplines trying to communicate and try to understand what the others are doing and so on. And when you speak of interdisciplinarity or pluridisciplinarity, I think there are at least 3 ways you can interact, okay? So the first way is very utilitarian. So I'm a biologist. I use AI because it's a good tool for me to study something. So for example, as the LMMs are very good at next word predictions, and I want to study predictions during natural language processing in humans, I use the output of the model as a regressor, and I try to see where are the predictions encoded in the brain. So, but I don't care really much about the models. The other way, so basically an example is that you record brain activity while humans listen to an audiobook, then you feed the text to GPT, and it gives you the amount of surprise of each word. Okay, so if you have a beginning of the sentence, some of the words are more or less expected based on the probability distribution of the model, and then you can use that as a regressor to say where in the brain, or does the brain process information like the model, and where in the brain is it encoded. Another way is the opposite. So you use behavioral data or brain imaging data as a tool to assess the efficiency of your model. Okay, you have a lot of benchmarks when you compare models. So for example, this work done by a team at the MIT, F. Fedorenko, they use the brain as like the ground truth, and they compared like 54 models and to see which one was better correlating with the brain. Okay, so if your goal is to make a model that is closer to humans, maybe that's a good way. And the last manner is more balanced. It's like an actual comparison between humans and LMMs. And Guillaume already showed this work from Jean-Rémy King with that meta. So the idea is that you extract the representations, not just the output of the model, if there's a surprise, if the word is surprising or not compared to your context, but the internal representations in each of the layers of the model and each of the voxels of the brain, and you try to correlate them. And here, what is shown is that for each voxel of the brain, you try to correlate all the layers of the model, and you select the layers that provide the best correlation, okay? And what's interesting is that you see that in the primary auditory cortex, that's layer 8 that correlates best with the brain activity, okay? Not layer 1, 2, 3, they are very basic. And then when you go up into the processing hierarchy of the brain in more associative regions, you see that it's layers that are higher in the language model's hierarchy that best correlate with brain activity. So it seems that there's a similar hierarchy between the brain activity and the model activity. It doesn't mean that they are the same because the correlation is not 1, and even if the correlation was 1, you could not conclude that. But there's a striking similarity between the evolution in the hierarchy of the brain and of the model. So today I will present a bit of the 3 approaches. Maybe there are more approaches about interdisciplinarity, but I think it's already quite good. Do you want to use something, or do you want to really connect the 2 disciplines? So why I use LMMs? It's because when we study the brain as a psychologist or biologist, we think that the brain is a Bayesian system, okay? Since like 200 years, people claim that, or maybe 5,000 years. So the idea is that you have prior knowledge, okay? You have a model, a belief, you call it whatever you like, and then you perceive, thanks to your senses, some information, sensory information, and then you compare your model with what you perceive, and then you compute what we call a prediction error, which is what you would call the surprise or the binary cross entropy, okay? That's the same thing. And the idea is that here's an example of the visual domain. At each step of the processing hierarchy, you will do this comparison between your prior, that is coming from higher order regions of the brain, like associative regions, your prediction, and the sensory input, and the information that is passed in the next level of the processing hierarchy is what we call the prediction error. It's just a subtraction between your prediction and your input. So let's imagine that you're coming back home. You don't need to spend 5 minutes to enjoy how beautiful is your living room, okay? You know by heart how is the organization of your living room, so you just take a look at it, 1 second, and if someone stole your sofa, I bet that you directly see that, okay? So it's super efficient because you have super precise model of what are the objects in your living room, and then you compare with the input, and it's like super efficiently you see that there's a prediction error. Someone stole your sofa. So predictive coding is very powerful. It explains a lot of behavior. What is not well known is the implementation level. So Guillaume nicely showed this idea of if we want to understand something, we need to separate different levels of explanation. The computational level, the algorithmic level, and the implementation level. Implementation is more for biologists. And we have no idea how this processing hierarchy is going on in the brain, okay? We can even state that maybe it's not a hierarchical system and so on, but let's consider that there's a processing hierarchy. So, of course, you know what are LMMs, and they are also doing predictions, okay? And one cool thing about speech and language is that it's hierarchical. You have phonemes, syllables, words, phrases, and you know that if you have the beginning of the sentence, you can anticipate the second part of the sentence, and then if you perceive the first phoneme, it already shows that things are going well for you, your expectation is going well. But if then you perceive a phoneme that is not the one that you expect, it will automatically direct an entire reconsideration of what you are expecting to hear. Just one phoneme is enough to destroy your entire prediction of the second part of the sentence, okay? So to be or not to be, if you read Shakespeare, you have a good prior, and then if you hear a gu, you say, okay, that's not at all what I thought, okay? So there's this idea that we can study this hierarchy of predictive coding in language, and what's cool is that the large language models that give you a tool to be able to assess these predictions. Okay, so how do we record brain activity? So Guillaume showed a bit of maps of brains and so on, but let me introduce you an idea. When you record brain activity, it's a mess because you can record at different levels. It's a bit, when you're in a stadium, you can choose to have a mic focused on one person, a group of people, like the press box, or the entire stadium. And the three type of zoom give you different information. If you want to know if Marseille scored, this one is the best, okay? If you're in Marseille and you hear, wow, you know that Marseille scored, okay? The one person point of view, maybe the person is sleeping at this moment or focused on something else. So it's better to have the population level information. In humans, we don't have access to this, really. What I will present today is something which is called intracranial electroencephalography, is that we record directly inside the brain of patients, so you cannot do that on yourself. It's epileptic patients that are implanted for clinical reasons, and we do language tasks to assess what are the language regions, so that the neurosurgeons, they don't remove them. Okay, otherwise, they are not epileptic, but they don't speak anymore. That's not great. So it's in between the local field potential and the electroencephalogram. A fun fact is that electroencephalogram, so you basically put channels on the surface of the brain, and you record in a time-resolved manner, so millisecond precision, the brain activity. So you have tension between two channels, and you record the difference of potential between the two channels. It was invented by Hans Berger because he wanted to study telepathy across hundreds of kilometers. Okay, the guy had no idea about physics and so on, so fortunately, his ignorance led to the discovery and the development of this amazing tool that is a lot used in clinics and so on. But of course, the energy produced by your brain is so weak that it cannot travel even this, okay? Because of the magnetic field of the Earth, it's completely swamped. And when you record this, you have, like, for example, 64 channels, and you can, each point here is a channel, and you can see if the energy is increasing or decreasing compared to a reference over time, and you can represent them like that. So for example, in this example, 0 is the onset of a stimulus, whatever, and you see that before it's quite flat, and after the stimulus appears, you have evoked potentials. Okay, so brain response to the sound. And you see that you have many numbers. Okay, we love to give numbers to things, to label them. And it shows the hierarchy of processing. You have early processing. For example, if I speak, the first process in your auditory system is the sound. What is the pitch of my voice, and so on. What is the timbre? And then you can start to extract linguistic information, but you extract also the prosody, the shitty French accent of the person, and this kind of stuff. So, and the more you go up in the hierarchy, late processes are more integrated, they are more complex, and early processes are more simple, basic, the first stage. Okay? So you can have access to this hierarchy of processing. And Guillaume also introduced the idea of neural oscillations or neural dynamics. When you have this electroencephalography signal, you know, it's a complex signal, you can linearly decompose it into different frequency bands that have different periods, different speed. Okay, theta is around 5 hertz, 10 hertz, 20 hertz, 40 hertz. And you sum them, and the original signal is a basic weighted sum of these different neural oscillations. What's cool is that these oscillations are preserved across animals, so they have like they are a basic building unit of neural populations. So what do I present this idea of oscillations? Is that I told you that we have no idea how predictive coding is implemented in the brain, and there was a theory that gained traction in the past decade or past 20 years. It was the idea that these oscillations, they reflect the excitability of the group of neurons that you record. So it's a bit like the day-night cycle. And for example, if I want to communicate with Fred Béchet, and he's in Montreal, we have a big jet lag, he's sleeping when I'm awake, I'm sleeping when he's awake, we can't communicate. To communicate, you need to be excited at the same moment so that you can synchronize and exchange information. So that's very simple. So the idea is that the oscillation, they show, so the information is exchanged with action potentials, the little lines here. And if two regions are synchronized on the same wave, same brain waves, so then they can exchange information. And if they are not synchronized, the information will not happen properly because sometimes the region is not receiving the information because it's in an inhibitory state. So these assumptions of this theory that there are rhythmic processes in the brain is quite established, and that these rhythms, they reflect excitability periods, that's quite established. And so it's quite reasonable assumption, okay? So that's communication windows between neural populations. And so Pascal Fries in Montreal, in Germany, he recorded monkeys' brain activity in different regions of the visual hierarchy, and he looked at brain dynamics. And what he found is that, okay, so for example, you look at the communication, so coherence is a measure of correlation with sinusoid signals, okay, but it's how much the two signals are correlated between the primary visual cortex and a more associative region, more high-level region. So you see that you have coherent dynamics in like theta, beta, and gamma bands, okay, 3 frequency bands. But then if you use a mathematical method called Granger causality, it's a way to see when you have two signals that are correlated to try to guess which one is leading the other person. Okay, when you dance, often you have a leader and a follower. And so Granger causality uses the past of the signal to predict the future of both signals. And you say, oh, the past of signal A gives me a lot of information about the future of signal B. So A is driving B, but B is not driving A. So you can measure independently what we call feed-forward, is from primary regions to associative regions. From feedback, is from associative regions to primary regions. So feed-forward would be more the surprise, and feedback, the prediction or the prior information. You see that in the gamma band, whatever frequency, 80 Hertz, you have both feed-forward and feedback information that is exchanged. Okay? So it's going both ways. But you see that it's much more going in a feed-forward manner. Okay? So the idea is that feed-forward information is mostly transmitted in this kind of frequency. And in the beta band, you see the opposite. Okay? You have a bit things going both ways, but it's mostly feedback information. In the theta band, there's not much. And they showed that not only between two regions, but between all the possible combinations of visual regions in the visual hierarchy. And they claimed, and it's a big claim, and it was like the most popular theory in the last decade, that information must go up and down in the brain, and the flow of information uses different frequency channels. So it's very simple. It's like in the radio, you have different stations in different frequency channels. And so the beta activity would refer to the information going from associative regions to primary regions, so it would be your prediction, and the feedback would be the surprise or the new input that you use to update what you perceive. Okay? So that's, people love it because it's very simple. You say, okay, you have two frequencies of interest. One is going this way, the other is going the other way. Very simple. So they failed to be published at Nature, but a neuron is not bad either. Okay, so there are many problems with the theory. So first, the oscillations are probably not stable enough to be able to represent something. But what I will address today is the idea that he studied that for simple orientation images in the visual cortex, so it's not very ecological or naturalistic. It's a very simple stimulus. It's only between early visual areas and so on. And so we said, oh, let's try to investigate the theory in a naturalistic ecological context like speech processing. And thanks to large language models, we can derive the prediction at the phrasal rate, word rate, syllable rate, phonemic rate during naturalistic NLP. And we will see if the encoding of the prediction and the surprise are encoded in these beta and gamma oscillations. So that's a very straightforward approach. We generalize what they have done to an ecological context, and we have tools to do that with more complex stimuli than just a pure tone or just simple orientation line. So later on in the talk, when I will talk about entropy, I will talk about the uncertainty. It's the average amount of information. So it's basically the entropy of your distribution prior to the onset of the new word or the new phoneme or whatever. And the surprise, the prediction error, is a binary cross entropy. It's depending on your prior distribution. You perceive the new stimulus, and you compute this binary cross entropy to see how was the stimulus surprising or was it very expected? Was it on the top of your distribution or on the bottom? So that's very simple. And what we do that for words, syllables, and phonemes. So LMM, so we use Camembert. I will explain later why. LMMs, they are not processing words. They are processing tokens. Okay, and tokens, for linguists, token does not exist. Okay? So we started with a token, and we derived these values for words, syllables, and phonemes. So to derive the phonemic prediction based on LMM is a bit an overkill because you have only 36 phonemes in French. So a simple Markov chain model is as efficient. But at least we were starting from the same kind of model to derive these three levels of linguistic processing. And we used Camembert because at the time when we did a first behavioral study and we compared different like GPT-2 and so on, and Camembert was explaining best behavioral data in a task of speech comprehension when speech is accelerated, compressed speech. Okay? That was the best predictor of human behavior in 2022. Okay. What's happening? We recorded brain imaging data from patients intracranially, so we have access to this kind of local field potential, and we can really record this neural dynamics in a specific manner, localized in the brain, so we can have access to different hierarchies of the brain. The audiobook is La Sorcière de la Rue Mouffetard. Rue Mouffetard is in the 5th arrondissement of Paris. Very nice story. And here is a basic kind of response to the speech signals that we observe. You see the left and right auditory cortices being activated, a bit Broca's areas, which is involved in high order language processes. That's very nice, it's working well, high quality data. Okay, then I show you now the word level analysis. Okay, so based on the token, we derive the word, and we derive either the entropy or the surprise, and we find that it's good because these regressors, they predict significantly brain activity, okay? So it's a bit a sanity check. And you see that basically it's bilateral, it's close to the auditory regions, the entropy is a bit more distributed than the surprise, and it's along the processing hierarchy of the ventral pathways that I presented at the beginning. Things are going well, okay? Many other papers have shown this kind of things, it's just a sanity check. Then we said, we're not interested in space, we're interested in the frequencies. So, do we observe this beta gamma? Like, entropy is more encoding because entropy would reflect the prior state of the brain, so it would be encoded in beta activity. And the surprise, when the word is very surprising, you would see a lot of gamma activity because you have a lot of prediction error. So do we see that? Okay, so what do we observe? These are the frequencies. 0.1 hertz, very, very slow. 1 hertz, 10 hertz, 100 hertz. I put you the Greek letters here so to help you. Beta is there, gamma is there. So what you see first is that surprise is much more encoded in the brain than the entropy. And surprise is mostly encoded actually in the beta band, which is the opposite of the claim made by these influential researchers in the visual domain. Okay? So we don't have the same picture. Okay? If we dig a bit into this, because here it's an average of many channels, many significant regions across patients, one question was that, are these 3 frequency bands similarly present in the same neural population, or are they reflecting different pieces of your cortex? So if you do a clustering approach, you see that they are actually nicely dissociated, okay? So the same information is encoded in different regions of your brain with different neural dynamics. So it's more complex. You have not only one frequency, you have 3 frequency bands, and the same information is presented in different ways in different frequencies. So it's another argument against this theory. Okay, but let's say, and then if we don't look at word level analysis only, but at phoneme and syllables, do we observe like the same pattern at least? Like something that is stable across linguistic levels? And it's not, okay? That, again, word level, syllabic level, and phoneme level are very different. What's good is that the 3 are encoded in the brain, and they are mostly actually encoded in the low frequencies. And if you think about that, you basically perceive 15 phonemes per second, okay? So if you want a brain process that is able to update phonemic information, the brain process must occur faster than 15 phonemes per second, faster than 15 hertz. And 15 hertz is here, okay? So here what we see is basically that the entropy of the phoneme information is not for each phoneme. It seems to be more a stable representation that is slowly evolving when you have new inputs, but it's not being updated at a fast pace. It's a very slow space. So you don't basically encode each phoneme. There's a big debate in the literature. Do we encode phonemes? Or it's too fast and it's a good enough representation, you know, we perceive a bit, and what matters is the semantic content of the information, not the details of did he pronounce a P or B, and with my accent, a lot of English phonemes are not properly pronounced anyway. Okay, so the conclusion is that what's good is that we can recover, thanks to LMM, in a natural language setting. You know, it's not artificial with a few words. It's like they listen to 10 minutes of audiobook, and we can predict brain activity based on phonemic information, syllabic information, and word level information. So we see this hierarchy of processing in the brain. But we don't see this implementation that was proposed by Pascal Fries and colleagues. And so it's still a mess. The brain is a mess, as Guillaume said. and we still don't understand how, well, is there a rule or is it just a mess? Okay, we would love that we find the explanation of how it works, but we do not. In the last 5 minutes, I will switch a bit to another project. So I told you I would speak about music. So the idea is that we discovered that for music, there's not much interest for reasons that are obvious. It's less useful if you're a company to sell music models. So we developed a small music model. And it's a transformer, it's a classic transformer. And so the idea for music is that one issue that I have with a large language model is that they don't have time in them. They process successive events, okay? But time is very important. So what we created, so there's 2 innovations. First is that when you play music, when you play the piano, you have 78 notes. So for each of the notes independently, you can have a probability of occurrence. Okay, so it's not a unidimensional sequence, it's a multi-stream of 78 dimensions. And then the second thing is that instead of encoding events, we created a model that is time resolved with a resolution of like 25 milliseconds, which is enough for music. So you can have moments where you have nothing, okay, no events because there's a silence, and you can have moments where the person is playing with his entire arms, and then you have the 78 notes occurring at the same time. And what was good is that there are real professional pianists that played on this kind of pianos that are connected to a computer, and then you record the performance in MIDI format. So the MIDI format is very useful because it's a numerical format. So you know exactly how many notes, when they were played, with the velocity of the input and so on, and the duration. So it's very good to train your model. And then the output is event probability for each of the notes. And then you can also dig into the 6-layer representation. Okay, so this model we wanted to first to see when the model is saying that, oh, this moment in time was very surprising, very unexpected based on the prior context. Is it the same than human? So does it correlate also with prediction errors that we see in the human brain activity? And then try to compare the representations of the layers with brain activity in the same way than what I showed you at the beginning with the work of Jean-Rémy King about language. The first thing is that here there's a note onset, and you see that on top of all acoustic regressors, on top of all controls, you explain significantly some variants of the brain that correlates with the amount of surprise. The more a note was surprising, the more you see brain activity. And it's mostly present in bilateral auditory regions, which is like a good sanity check also. It's not in the primary visual cortex. And then if you look at layer representations, you see that explaining more activities than surprise. It's logical because surprise is a vector of one dimension, and the layers you have many, many dimensions. And you see that it's also explaining some activity prior to the note onset because it's a more stable representation that is slowly evolving in the model. And it's more right lateralized, it's also bilateral. So that's good because we have a toy model, okay? It's not a model that you want to sell. But it allows us to investigate polyphonic music, okay? So more naturalistic music that people listen every day. And it also can be generalized to multi-stream sequences, which is not much found in the literature. So with this, I briefly present my team. Clément Sauvage is a PhD student working on destroying the theory of Pascal Fries, basically, co-supervised with Pierre Guilleminot, a postdoc, and Paul Robert did the music model, and he will start his postdoc next year in Montreal with Robert Zatori. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Shannon, for this great talk. So again, we have time for questions, so we can just stand up or we bring to you a mic.
Hello, thank you for the talk. It's a bit of a naive question. I'm wondering, because I see for the models, you usually use transformers models, that if I well understand, they encode tokens, but in reality subsist of what is before, but also after, while in the brain, usually it's only hierarchical, if I'm correct. No? Like usually, like the transformer models, when they are encode of token, they take into account what is before, but also what is after, no? So I'm wondering how much of a surprise it is for a transformer model, while the brain is only hierarchical.
So there's this idea that when you do this, you hide your world and you try to predict the world, you can take the entire set or only the past. You can fine-tune we fine-tune it to take only the past.
Okay.
So that it's similar to humans, but it doesn't change much.
Okay. So you have to you add an extra step to make it closer to how the brain.
Yeah. So we first gave the model only the first words and the first 2 words and the first 3 words. So it was a bit long, but this way he was following the. Okay, he was not predicting the future, or he was not taking into information the future information.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. So, I really like the idea of putting back the time, into these models, because I think it's originally I work on speech, and when in speech it's crucial, of course. And so, did you try to, if we think of these models, which are audio models, which you can pair also with a text model, like you can take wave-to-vec, for example, and then try to pair it with a text model. So, did you start working on this kind of model and see? See different things, what you can get with just pure text model?
Yeah, so no. So for example, here the limitation is that the input is MIDI file, so it's numerical format. The next step, because for wave-to-vec, it's not that complex to give the model a spectrogram, so you need more training because it needs to learn the transformation. And I haven't played yet also with wave-to-vec, but I'm curious, there's not so much studies about compressed speech, how the model is dealing with compressed speech, because humans, they are getting bad. So yeah, I'm interested in that, and to record brain data to be able to compare. Yeah, but no time. But we should do that.
Any other questions? So I do have a last question. So it's more curiosity. So we do have prediction models as well in the brain for music. This is what my understanding, as we have for words. So meaning that there is this notion of what is the next note, or if it's a surprise because it's an unpredictable note that you were not expecting. This works. My understanding is similar that we have with words in the brain.
Yeah. So I wanted to show you a video to show the behavior of the model, but I don't know, I had a codec issue, so there was no sound.
Okay.
But, you can clearly see that the model is so after 150 hours, which is, you can argue if it's enough or not for babies and like sparse encoding. It's very good at very fast capturing if there's patterns, if you play the arpeggios, or if you have a rhythm, and when sometimes they are professional pianists, but sometimes they do mistakes, so they play out of tune. Here you see a huge surprise effect. So the model is replicating the behaviors that we see in humans and that you see also in LLM. So, it's quite well trained. Yes, video would have helped to see the behavior.
It's very interesting. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if you want to show your video and you have sound, we can put the sound if you want.
No, but it's not working on my computer.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's not your fault, it's my fault, because the video was encoded in a PC and it's a Mac, and it's like...
You got last questions? No? Okay, well, see, if not, we thank Benjamin for this great talk.
Thank you.
So now it's lunch break, so we should go back around 1:30. So it's around an hour from now. So remember that we have another very interesting session this afternoon, plus a very interesting panel. So we will discuss these topics during the panel as well. plus another one. So please come back this afternoon. Thank you to all.
Is it on? Yeah. Hello. Hi, sorry. We're just looking for Melissa and Beatrice for lunch. If that's anyone, could they come to the back?
Do we have a Melissa and a Beatrice here? We have your tickets for lunch. So if you want to have delicious lunch, Beatrice and Melissa, we have your tickets here. Thank you.
You've got the more experienced salesman for us.
OK, micro 2. Micro numéro 1, online. Mic number 3, online as well. Et micro podium. Hello, hello.
Hello. Or maybe it's time to start. Can you just sit down somewhere, find a chair? All right.
All right, we're going to start the session soon. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we'll have two speakers in the session before the panel. So it's my pleasure to introduce Maxime Peyrard. Maxime is a junior professor, or chair de professeur junior at CNRS in Grenoble. He previously did his postdoc at EPFL and was a PhD student at Darmstadt with Irina Gurevich. And his more recent work has been on causality interpretability, and that's what he's going to be speaking about today. Personally, in my group, we've been really inspired by some of his previous work on automatic summarization as well. All right, so thank you so much, Maxime, for being here. So yeah, we'll start the session.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. So thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the introduction. So today I'm going to speak about some of the more recent work that we've been interested in since I started working in Grenoble. And this has to do with the question of interpretability. So there were a lot of talks before that were saying that there are some new types of research questions that we might be interested as researcher, that now our goal is not to just make better and better models, but we can change the type of research questions that we care about. Given that these models exist and they work well and they have some behavior that is sometimes a bit puzzling, we kind of have this interest of switching our focus to the questions of interpretability and understanding how and why they work and what are their limitations. So it might be a question that we care about of what is actually interpretability. Surprisingly, it's not very well defined. There are many attempts in the literature, and there are many different definitions and different perspectives on the idea of interpretability. But if we try to get a higher level intuition, we can say that in general it's the process of building algorithmic simplification, so finding some simple human interpretable algorithm in place of the complex model's behavior or the complex model's computation. And in practice, the scope of interpretability is very diverse. There are many different types of questions, many different types of goals. We can ask questions about any part of the machine learning pipelines. So for example, what's the impact of some properties of the data distribution that we use to train on some outputs or behavior of the model? What's the impact of the training process, the architecture choices, or the impact of some components or activations inside the trained model during inference? So there is an effort to classify the different types of interpretability methods. One that is, I think, interesting and resonates with some of the talks about neuroscience this morning are some effort to classify the methods along the spectrum from external to internal, where external means that we just inspect the behavior of the model as if it was a black box. So we look at the input and the output. And the more internal is where we look inside the computation to try to find the algorithmic explanations inside the computation. So we can maybe ask the question of why do we care about explanation or interpretability? Why would we actually want to explain a model's behavior? So there are some practical reasons that are very, that are kind of trendy and necessary for many of the stakeholders, like building transparency, trust, or comply with some legal requirements that are being created. Also, for more engineering purposes, there is the goal of understanding the errors of the systems and trying to do continuous improvements, improving the robustness of the systems. We need to understand how they operate so that we can find the strategies to fix their behavior, and also to communicate about the limitations of the AI systems or how we can expect them to behave on different inputs. We need to be able to already understand in simple terms, or simple ways, how we expect them to behave. But also, I think as a researcher, there are also deep scientific questions that are related to interpretability. In particular, where we can communicate and we can enter the field of complex systems and the goal of trying to explain complex systems. So this is rich, very rich ecosystem of problems. So there are people trying to understand how the brain works, related brain and behavior. There are people trying to understand other complex systems like the climate models or the immune systems and many, many more. The point of these complex systems is that they are performing some kind of computation, and we would like to understand some simple explanation for some of the behavior that we observe. And in our case, for the case of AI, we are kind of having the simplest complex systems to study. So because AI systems are fully observable and we can manipulate whatever we want, so as long as we have access to the weights of the model, we can observe everything, we can manipulate the internal representation of the system however we want. The only limitation is the compute budget that we have and the imagination that we have. So this has been realized by many people in other fields of complex systems, so especially in neuroscience. There are a lot of work that recognize that actually AI could be a test bed for methods that are developed for understanding the brain or building theories of neuroscience that can be tested on AI system, because then we have access to full manipulation and observation. So this resonates a little bit with the talk that we heard this morning, that we are also trying to make some connections and bridges between the world of AI and the world of neuroscience. So in the rest of the talk, I want to give a quick overview about different methods and approaches to explanation or to interpretability. I will not go into the technical detail. I removed as much as the technical detail as I could from this presentation that originally was a tutorial. And I will focus on the higher level perspective and trying to understand if we have actually working rigorous definitions for what it means to be an explanation. So as a researcher, we want to build our work on rigorous and strong foundations. So we might ask what it actually means to explain, do the definitions and the criteria that we use, are they valid, are they useful, and this kind of questions. So we'll do kind of a critical assessment of the strategies that have been used to build explanation of AI systems. So the first idea would be to do behavioral explanation. So in this case, we have an AI system. It's simply having some inputs and producing some output. It's a black box model, and we can just, as researchers or experts, look and inspect this input-output relationship and try to come up with some high-level explanation, so a simple algorithm that could explain the behavior. So simple explanation could be extremely simple, for example, if the tokenizer does this, then the model does that. Or if this input has this feature, then the output would have this property. It could be very simple or it could be very complex. It's for the researcher to decide. One of the very obvious one-on-one behavioral tests is actually benchmarking. In benchmarking, we have a set of inputs. We feed them to a model, and there is some output that we expect. And is the model producing this output that we expect, yes or no? And then we take some average. This is extremely simple type of behavioral testing. We can compare also the output of different systems, one to the other. But maybe more interesting to build some understanding of the system might be to actually craft controlled transformations of the input and measure the effect that it has on the output. So we could expect that if we modify something in an input, it might have some effect on the output, and if we inspect several pairs like that, we can come up with ideas or hypotheses about what the model might be doing under the hood. So this was the idea that we developed a few years ago about this idea of contrast sets and counterfactual examples, where the goal is really to find pairs of inputs that are minimally different but have some meaningful difference as outputs, so that we can use these to build some hypothesis about what the model is doing. So here, just a few examples that were kind of surprising at the time, or maybe not so surprising, depends, but is some perturbation of the input that results in some difference in the output. where we would expect that they should not modify the output. So for example, on the right, if we just repeat the question twice, we would expect, like for most humans, they would be a bit surprised, but they would not change their answer if the question is repeated twice. But for some of the models, they actually change the answer. This is a surprising behavior, and this led the researcher to try and postulate what is going on, what's happening there. So there are many things that we could do in this space of behavioral computation, behavioral analysis, but we have to be careful. There is some kind of an issue, is that it's very easy to prove, and for people who have been working in benchmarking, maybe aware of these problems and on evaluation aware of this problem, it's very easy to come up with a high-level explanation for some observed behavior, but there's no guarantee that the explanation that we come up with has anything to do with the computation that happens actually in the model. So maybe it will not generalize to slightly different input distributions. So behavior, we know that it's very easy to get fooled by just making hypotheses by looking at the input and output. So we say, then okay, we need to look at the computation. So the next step is to actually open the black box and look inside the computation of the AI system. So the initial idea is simply to say, okay, we feed some inputs to the model. There will be some of these computational elements that they will take on some values that we call activations, and we can record these activations for the different inputs in some vector of real numbers. And then we just study these patterns of activations and see whether they relate to some of the observed behavior that we care about. So it's, for example, we have a behavior that is either present or not present, and we can have different type of inputs which are mapped to this behavior, and we look at the activations, and we can simply compare the patterns doing some statistical analysis. So I will give you a concrete example of some work that we did several years ago that was about humor in how it's processed by language models. So we had these pairs of data that were of sentences that were actually created manually by humans. So it started by having these satirical news headlines like the Onion, and asking human to make minimal edit to these sentences to turn them into serious sentences. So we had like these aligned pairs where one sentence is funny and the other one is serious. And so what we can do is simply feed these sentences to LLMs, record the activations, and then do some type of match analysis by comparing the activation between the funny sentence and its associated serious sentence. So we found some interesting insight and a result that was statistically very strong and reproducible across different models. So here is a case of a BERT model, at the time was the model. So we found that there is one head that very strongly activates on the funny part of funny sentences and never in no other cases. And you can actually control that it's not attending to specific words, it's not attending to specific pose tags, it's not attending to any linguistic features, it's really attending to the funny part of the funny sentences. So that was a kind of interesting finding at the time. So the idea of studying patterns of activations can be generalized quite a lot. So we are machine learning people, so we have this spirit that we want to build machine learning models. And so we can just take the patterns of activations, a lot of activation, have some labels, for example, whether the behavior that we care about was present or not, or maybe more complex kind of labels, so for example, some linguistic features where they are not, and we just train some model to predict from the activation the label of the behavior. So this is a training, so we have to think about having some held out data that would be used to validate that on new activation, like on new input, does the model keeps predicting the correct label or not. So typically we train linear regression to avoid problems of overfitting. And we hope that if we can predict the label, then it means that somehow in the activation, the information necessary to predict this label is encoded. So otherwise we would not be able to make these predictions. So this is a way to test whether some information is encoded somewhere in the activation or not. So this idea was already used in the past to kind of give evidence that models learn some kind of linguistic features. So in this paper, this was like sentence encoder, so that people were training sentence encoder and then using the vector representation to predict some task that they care about. And then you can train a probe on the vector that represents the sentence to predict something else, in this case, like linguistic features. And if your probe, so like the linear model, can predict the linguistic features, then it would be evidence that actually this vector somehow encodes the linguistic features, so that the sentence encoder has learned to produce some information that is very closely correlated with linguistic features. But we have to be careful with probing. There are many problems with probing. And one of the first obvious problems is that this is a machine learning task, and we are predicting from activations of large language models. So we have very, very high dimensional input space. And so it's very easy to overfit, even if we do linear models or any kinds of control for or regularization. So there are a stream of papers that show difficulties with probing and how probing does not generalize to slightly different input distribution. Even more generally, we have the problem with all this perspective of correlating activation patterns with behavior. Is that simply predicting, the ability to predict the behavior from the computation is not an explanation, because predicting is not like understanding. It could be that just the pattern co-occur, the pattern of activation in the model co-occur with the behavior, but is not the reason why for the behavior, it's not the cause of the behavior. So we are not guaranteed that explanations that we find by doing correlations will generalize. Okay, so then the next idea is like, okay, correlation is not enough, so we do causal analysis. So causal analysis means we will go inside the model, do some manipulations, and see what will be the outcome, the impact. So the first step is saying, okay, we have been running some probes, and we have some hypotheses about what some component of the model are doing. And we now test these hypotheses by just going in the model, modifying these components in targeted, controlled ways, and see whether the modification translates in the behavior in the way that we would expect if the component were actually encoding the behavior that we care. So in this case, we simply have this idea of doing knockoff. So we try to modify the component to remove and fool the probe. And if we can now fool the probe by modifying the component, does it also modifies the behavior in the way that we expect? So it's basically a simple pipeline of we first do correlation analysis to get some hypothesis, and then we manipulate to validate the hypothesis. But this framework was generalized quite a lot by the idea of causal mediation analysis. So in causal mediation analysis, I will describe it a bit more in the next slides, but the idea is to understand the impact of some model component on the behavior of the model. So imagine we have the standard language models that take some tokens in and produce a next token distribution. So we open the black box, we look inside the components, and we might ask what is the effect of this specific component on this specific prediction of the model. So this is very well suited for the causal mediation analysis, because causal mediation analysis is the language and the mathematical framework to think about mechanisms by which some variable influences another variable. So suppose you have variable x that has an effect on a variable, impact on variable y, but there are many paths of influence between x and y. We might care about how much of the effect is carried by some of the paths versus some of the other, or which path carries most of the effect. And this is the answers that are given, these kind of answers are given by the causal mediation analysis framework. So it's about understanding the mechanisms by which X actually causes Y. So you can apply, I will not go into details of how we do causal mediation analysis in practice, a bit technical, but you can apply causal mediation analysis for each of the, just one thing is like, in this case, X is the input, and y is the output, and the mediator and the different paths are the different paths in the computational graph of the model inside the computation. So we would say what's the effect of one component would be what's the effect of all the paths that go through this component to produce from the input to the output. So we can apply for every component in the model causal mediation analysis. This is very computationally expensive because we have to do interventions for every component, for every input. We do perturbation at every component, and we measure the mediation formula and say how much this component mattered to make this prediction. By doing such a thing, that is taking some time to run, but some people were able to show some interesting results. So in the case of factual prediction, so factual prediction is you give to the model a query by asking it a factual query by giving a factual question to answer. So for example, the factual question, the Eiffel Tower is in, and then you have to predict a place. So if the model produces the correct place, we can say that it has the factual knowledge to answer this question. So it's producing the correct answer, the correct token. And for many cases where the model was producing the correct answer to factual queries, these researchers could find that there is very high causal effect on the prediction, so on predicting the correct factual token, very high effect from very few MLPs early on in the computation. And then by having like follow-up work that do this type of causal mediation analysis on a larger scale for different type of data, you can build up a story that ends up being that the facts are localized in few MLPs at the early layers. And these MLPs work as associative memory for factual knowledge. And you can find the path and the ways in which these factual memories are activated or not activated depending on the context. So this is interesting. You can build some story about what the model is actually doing. And these are validated causally by design because you search for explanations that are already causally valid. So this idea has been generalized even more with the concept of mechanistic interpretability and the ideas of circuits, where here the idea is simply to reverse engineer the trained neural network to find the simple human interpretable algorithms that are embedded in the computation. So you start with some base neural network, then you apply somehow the framework of causal mediation analysis to find some circuit. And the circuit, what is it? It's simply a subset of the computation that if you were to run the inputs through only this subset and ignoring all the other nodes and components that are not included, you would get the same behavior as the full model. So basically the assumption is that for some inputs that we care about, there's only a subset of the models that is actually carrying the computation. And once you found the circuit that actually carries most of the information flows for the inputs that you care about, then you can do some further data analysis to try and interpret, understand what the components are computing, and then little by little constructing an explanation for what the model is doing. So this approach was very successful to explain computer vision models. There have been these ideas of finding some curve detectors and slowly building higher and higher level feature detectors inside CNNs so that you could reconstruct how CNN might be doing their recognition, the shape recognition tasks, for example. So is this the end of the story, and that we need to just look for circuits and then interpret them, and that would be the end of interpretability? So if we ask this question, is that I think I would like to argue that it's not yet sufficient. So we can take a little detour to neuroscience. So there were some talks this morning. I think we can get a lot of inspiration from neuroscience because they've been doing basically brain interpretability. So they have this black box of the brain that they want to understand how the behavior relates to the computation that happens in these complex systems. So of course the system of interest is performing very different computation. It's not about the computation, it's about the problem of taking a complex system and what does it mean to find an explanation in this computation. And in neuroscience, they have this question, and we will have also the same question, is how do you know that the explanations that you come up with are correct? Like, no matter how clever or sophisticated is your analysis, how can you trust your analysis if you never test it on examples of behavior, computation, and the correct, true explanations? So this is a problem because for neuroscience we don't have gold standard benchmark. But there was this paper, I think is very famous, Neuroscience, was proposing some interesting results. It was saying, could a neuroscientist understand a microprocessor? So the idea is very simple. It's we know how the microprocessor works because we engineered it. Let's treat it as if it was a brain. It's not a brain, doesn't work like a brain, but let's treat it as if it was a brain and transistors were similar to neurons. And then we ask, can our analysis method in this simplified case, stupidly simple brain, can they recover anything meaningful about the workings of the microprocessor? Even in the case where there is perfect observation, so there is no noise with EEG data or fMRI data, we can observe any individual neuron at any time, and we can manipulate any neuron that we want. And so the answer was mostly no. The analysis methods do not recover anything meaningful, which I think is very troubling. You could say, like, maybe we need to at least be able to explain the microprocessor before moving to a more complex system. So of course, neuroscientists, they don't just do purely statistical analysis. They build up some understanding consensually by doing many studies, and little by little they build the understanding, but the analysis method directly have this issue. And for people like me who like causality, and we're doing causal machine learning, we think that causality is the root answer to most of the problem of machine learning for generalization, fairness, and so on. But here the problem is that even extensive intervention study gives no useful information about the workings of the microprocessor. Sure, if I intervene or knock off this transistor, it has some effect down the line on some other transistor, but who cares? It doesn't recover the fact that there is such a thing as a memory, as a CPU, as communication between the memory and CPU. So this is not the right abstraction level. So there were discussions this morning about different abstraction level. If we just do this kind of analysis, it's not clear how do we find the proper abstract variables that are relevant. So this was a little bit of a detour. And neuroscience didn't stop here. Like, it's been several years that this paper came out, so there were a lot of discussions and a lot of ideas. So we are in a similar state. We are doing interpretability of another complex system that, yes, we have perfect observation and perfect manipulation, but is it enough? So how can we, in AI interpretability, trust our explanations if we never test them on examples of correct, of behavior and true explanations? So let's build microprocessor-style benchmarks for ourselves, maybe, so that we can have pairs of neural network and the true explanation, so that we can then test our methods. And this is what we wanted to do with the PhD student that started with working with us last year, but in the end we ended up encountering some further issues, which have been submitted yesterday also, so it's very recent result that I will show you here. So are causal explanations identifiable? So all this idea of mechanistic interpretability rests on some criteria that decides whether a circuit is valid or not, whether an explanation is valid or not. There are various attempts at formalizing the concept of a mechanistic interpretability, or of an explanation, an algorithmic simplification of the complex system. And do they guarantee these criteria, any of these criteria guarantee the uniqueness of the solution, that there will be one explanation, at least up to some isomorphism that we could define, or at least if two solutions are allowed, there should be some compatible in some ways. So we did the most simplest model that we do when we learn about deep learning when we're infants. We train an MLP to do a XOR function. So it receives just input 0, 1s with some noise, and produce the XOR truth table. And then we say what the exercise is, what does it mean to explain such an MLP? It means we need to find which logic function is implemented. Is it implementing the NAND gates thing, the AND OR gate thing, something else? Where are the gates located in the computation? So what we did is for each of the criteria that exist, because the model was so small, we could enumerate all possible explanations, search in all possible subsets, and we could find actually many explanations that are perfectly valid according to all the criteria. So basically, here, if we look for depth 2, we have something like few hundred possible candidate explanations. We all find them somewhere in the small MLP with perfect causal properties. So like if we go and manipulate this gate to change it from 0 to 1, it will change the next one to 0 to 1, and it will change the output to 0 to 1 in expected ways. So that's a big problem because if there were 2 or 3, we could say maybe how we can find a way to decide, but here all of the possible implementations are basically there. So I want to conclude with the state of affair that I think we can work with, is that behavior, I think the problems that we face are in general problems of identifiability. So identifiability is the thing where there might be multiple possible solutions. If a problem is identifiable, there is only one true solution according to the criteria. So for behavioral problem, there are many explanations that can explain the observed input-output patterns. But the question is then, which one matches the computation? So that was the question we asked to go further. And then we looked at the computation and we say computational correlate. But the problem is that there are many causal mechanisms compatible with the computational correlates that we observe. So the question is like, which one generalizes? So we needed causal analysis. And then we ended up with causal analysis and we realized actually there are many causally valid explanations. So what is the next question such that we can end up with valid definitions of what it means to have an explanation? Or maybe there is no such thing as unique explanation, unique simple explanation. So the conclusion is that the current formalisms that we have are not sufficient to study mathematically or with statistical and optimization tools. And there are a lot of open questions and opportunities to contribute to the question of what it means to explain a complex system. And I think we can take inspirations from the ideas developed in adjacent fields that are more mature than us, like neuroscience or physics. So that's it for my presentation. I hope you'll be interested in collaborating with this subject. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maxime, for the talk. So as usual, please come up to the microphones, or we can bring it to you if you raise your hand.
Thank you. About your last example, the XOR, actually this is the output of the model that and what you observe, maybe you observe many different explanations that can be behaviors, but I don't understand why it's a contradiction with the whole point.
So what we find is many explanations inside the computation of the model. So we find many mechanistic interpretability valid explanations. So we could say the first 2 neurons, it's as if they're computing a NAND gate. And then on the third layer, it's as if it's computing another NAND gate. And at the end, it's as if it's computing the AND gate between these two or something like that. And you can find all possible logical formulas somewhere in the graph. It's even worse. For one logical formula, you can find it many places implemented. So it's not about the input and output. It's really inside the computation. It behaves as if it was computing some gate. Yeah.
Thanks for a great talk. And this particular result is super interesting to me as someone who also looks at identifiability quite a bit. So typically when you have real counterfactual examples and you can do some kind of contrast between counterfactuals, we can identify even the mechanisms of a causal model. Here, I'm wondering, the fact that you don't get a unique solution, is that because your criteria for selecting an explanation uses some kind of averaging over all of the examples? Is there something here that's being lost at the level of the counterfactual?
So that's a very good question. I think you're opening the door to the how can we fix these problems. So we have some ideas how to fix. There are some ideas also from some other people. So here we don't lose anything from the counterfactual because it's exact, perfect behavior on all possible inputs. So we're not losing. I think the problem is what. So when we think about causal modeling or causal machine learning, we assume there is one causal model under the hood, and most of the time, it's actually true. In this case, I'm not sure that it's even a valid assumption to make that there is one causal model that is actually there. Yeah. Another thing is to say what the premise that of a representation, so that the causal model, if it was there, how does it arise from the complex computation that is happening?
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? So I have a question. So as an NLP person who knows very little about this, how concerned should I be? Like if I'm trying to apply these, say, causal mediation methods, like is this problem you're highlighting with multiple valid explanations a widespread problem across many NLP tasks of interest and many pre-trained language models, or?
So that's a good question. So imagine you only care about the ability to control the output of your model from intervening in the computation. Then it doesn't matter so much. It's just that there will be many possible sites of interventions that will give you the desired outcome. So say if I modify this neuron in this way, then it fixes the behavior that I wanted. But it could also have been that I modified this other neuron or this group of neurons in this other way. So if you only care about control, I think it doesn't matter. The problem is that if you care about what is actually the behavior of the model, so that you would try to predict what would have happened had something been a little bit different in the computation, then you might get fooled you will not have a sense of understanding if all possible explanations are somehow there. So I think it's more a problem of theoretical definitions than practical usage in the kind of things that we are doing now.
I see, thanks.
I have a question. There is some result about something called the lottery ticket hypothesis. Like in a neural network with a very high probability, there exist subnetworks that will perform the same that the entire network. So I'm wondering in what extent your method is identifying actually these optimal subnetworks and actually not the exact explanation, and yes, is not identifying these optimal subnetworks that we know that they exist with high probability.
Yeah, so the lottery ticket hypothesis is actually a good justification for the idea of mechanistic interpretability, saying circuits make sense because we can assume or we can expect that there is a subset of the computation that matters. Because of the lottery ticket hypothesis, the lottery ticket hypothesis is a little bit different. It says that there is a subset that if we were to train on this subset, we would get the same behavior. But basically the argument that are used to justify the lottery ticket hypothesis can be applied directly here. And I think the problem is that it's very similar. The arguments for the lottery ticket hypothesis probably explain a little bit why we find too many circuits. They don't explain for other kind of criteria why we observe the problem. But for for circuits purely, there's probably the explanation there.
But maybe by trying to explain many different behavior and gathering the intersection of all the explanation, maybe the intersection is some kind of an optimal subnetwork.
So yeah, so we tried that, but unfortunately, for many neural networks, the intersection is empty, and the union is the full model. So it's not it's not enough as a criteria, but it could be something like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. You mentioned that taking inspiration from other fields like neuroscience could be of help. What exactly from the field of neuroscience could help you to solve this problem?
Yeah, so good question. So one of the candidate ideas to fix identifiability issues is the idea of causal abstraction. So causal abstraction is a mathematical framework that tries to say when a causal model is a valid simplification of another causal model. And this has been developed by some people in mathematics and physics, and it has been argued by many people in the theoretical neuroscience that it should be the path for explanation. So I think it's the same similar problem here. And we are actually trying now to see if the problems remain for causal abstraction. Causal abstraction is a bit difficult to work with, so we haven't made it yet, but it's probably the best candidate, and it comes from these other fields like physics and neuroscience.
All right, so I think our time is about up, so let's thank Maxime again. So our next speaker is Dania Sridhar. So while we switch computers, I'll introduce her. So Dania is an assistant professor at University of Montreal and at Mila, where she is Canada's CFAR AI chair at Mila. Her work includes well-known work to do with causality in machine learning. So for example, she's worked on causal discovery and causal inference methods for machine learning and for text in particular. And a lot of her work has been looking at applications, especially to do with online communication and social sciences. So today, her work is not exactly about those topics, but it'll be extremely interesting. So I'll pass it over to you, Dania. So thank you so much for coming.
Jackie, for inviting me and for the very nice introduction. Exactly like Jackie said, my work focuses on the intersection of causality and machine learning. And actually, the last 3 or 4 years, I would say I've really pivoted and started looking a lot more at the connection that causality has to robustness in machine learning. So the focus has very much been on standard deep learning and trying to build predictors that don't latch on to spurious rules and association and go on to make disastrous mistakes later on. But more recently, we've been kind of really interested in this new paradigm of learning called in-context learning, and asked ourselves, does causality have anything to bring to this new paradigm? So that's what I'm going to talk about today for the next 30 minutes or so. And to lay the groundwork for this, I'll familiarize us with in-context learning. I'll describe what kinds of models and what kinds of objectives have led to this. What is this mechanism? How is this a new paradigm for prediction? And then I'll try to build on what we know from standard ML to lay out some desiderata for what does it mean when I say I want good in-context learning. Okay. Once we've built that up, once we've decided what our desiderata are, then I'll ask this main question that our paper studies about whether causally inspired inductive biases actually improve the kind of generalization that we want. We have some surprising findings, and I'll build on that and share some paths forward for future research, drawing the connection back to LLMs. Okay. So let's start by just kind of reviewing good old-fashioned machine learning, right? And the paradigm that we've gotten used to is this idea that we have in the case of supervised learning, and for the rest of this talk, I'll only really focus on that. We have some input-output pairs. There's some function that we'd like to learn that maps inputs to outputs. And the way that we learn these functions is we parameterize them somehow, typically with deep compositional functions, deep neural networks. And we train the parameters of those functions by picking the parameters that make the fewest errors, right? So we typically do this with differentiable gradient-based optimization techniques, but at a high level, this is the idea, right? Every single data set that I get that is characterizing some task, I go out and I fit a neural network to do that task. So we've been doing this for a while. We've been fitting bigger and bigger neural networks, and we've varied up the input-output pairs. We went from things like images and objects in those images to predicting sequences, right? We tried to predict the next token in a document until we've gotten these completely new kinds of systems, right? So what's different about the new paradigm? All I'm showing here is some kind of model that's trained on sequences. It's trained to predict the next token. And what is interesting is that we interact with these kinds of auto-regressive models in a very different way, right? So I will use the context, I will use my interactions with the model to get it to do new tasks. So in this case, just by prompting it in a particular way, giving it a particular context, I can ask it to solve a completely new task, thereby getting this model to do some kind of new prediction, some new mapping from inputs to outputs, just by having it process the context. Okay, so there's no gradient-based learning happening, and this is the paradigm that we'd like to study further. Okay, so what is happening under the hood? Well, we've trained systems to predict the next token. We can view that just as a classification problem, given a sequence of tokens in the past. And the way that we fit these conditional distributions is through layers and layers of self-attention and MLPs. Okay? But the idea is that once we've trained systems like this, these mechanisms, the depth of these networks, they allow such models to encode fairly complex functions to predict the next token conditioned on the past. Okay? So what is special about this? Why do we care that we can predict the next thing conditioned on the past really well? How does this open up in-context learning, this ability to learn new functions by simply doing a forward pass through a neural network? So to see this, we're going to take a much simpler example, not language at all. We're going to go all the way back to linear regression. Favorite simple thing. So imagine that instead of my context being a sequence of words, it's just a sequence of IID data points. Okay? So here what's happening is I've drawn my coefficients from some distribution, and I'm going to generate n different or k different data points, where y, my output, is coming from this particular task, this particular linear regression task that's defined by the coefficients I've chosen. Okay. I'm going to train my auto-regressive model in the same way that I always do. I will take my x, my first input, I'll try to predict the label for that input. Then I will get to see more and more examples, and I'll get to see more XY pairs. And I'll go on trying to predict more and more labels, getting a longer and longer context each time. Now, what I do in order to train this is each demonstration that I train on is going to represent a new linear regression task, right? So I'm going to have to make new data sets each time in order to train autoregressive models in this way, such that at inference time, what I can do is sample a new set of coefficients. In context, I'll give a few XY pairs as examples, and then I'll ask my model to make a prediction for a new token X, a new unseen point X. Okay? So the key thing, if we're going to take only one thing away from this slide, the thing I'd like us to take away is that you can view these autoregressive models that are based on self-attention, that we refer to as transformers. We can view transformers as meta-learners. Okay? They're trained across a distribution of tasks, and what they're doing as they process some context and predict the Y value on an unseen query point X is that they are learning how to learn. Right? They have learned how to learn. They know how to automatically solve such problems just by looking at the context. So again, to emphasize the difference here between the old paradigm and the new is that there's no gradient-based learning happening here for the new tasks that we're seeing at inference time. Okay. So let's go back to our standard ML just to be able to make concrete what are our desiderata for learning, right? And we can turn back to all the principles we know and love. In ML, the goal is typically generalization. I'm deliberately keeping that vague because there's many notions of generalization. We'll talk about that. So we'll ask ourselves, okay, well, what kinds of notions should we care about for these in-context learners, right? These new ways of doing prediction. Well, we can start by generalization error, right? That just says that on some held out, some unseen data, I want to incur a low number of errors. So in the same way that we do generalization error for standard machine learning, here I can say, okay, on my new regression task at inference time, I want low risk on the query point X. Okay, that's very analogous, very akin to just held out generalization error. But we can ask ourselves, okay, is this all we want, right? So to motivate this question, let's take a deeper dive into the linear example. Here we have some linear relationship between X and Y. We're just being 1D just for simplicity. We can imagine adding noise as well to generate our labels. And here what we're showing is some depiction of interpolation, right? I want some kind of, I'm going to sample some X that comes from my distribution, and I'm going to ask to predict well at inference time on this new X. And we can observe that there are many different models, many different mechanisms, if you will, that can implement this solution perfectly well. So for example, even though we know we have a parametric form to this task here, we have, Wx plus b, we can, the transformer can perfectly learn to implement a lazy learner or k-nearest neighbors kind of solution, a non-parametric solution that is. And for this particular interpolation challenge, this would suffice, right? It would be able to do it correctly. What happens if we change the distributions from which we're sampling our queries? That is to say, what if we start looking at unseen inputs that are coming from a new distribution or a new part of the space that we haven't explored yet? Okay? We might call this out of distribution generalization. So what do we do when we have ODX? This may well occur in the context of interacting with LLMs. For example, maybe I'll take a task that's fairly well known or well understood, reasonable that an LLM has learned it, like sentiment, but maybe when I give a few examples, my query example is going to come from a really different language or come from a part of the distribution of examples I've seen that I haven't explored very much yet. So what's going to happen is a lazy learner in this case, right, is not going to extrapolate well, unfortunately. Even though it can interpolate well, the data set that it has seen kind of is in one particular region, and the new point that we're seeing is a bit of an outlier, and it's not going to be able to generalize well to this new part of the space. So motivated by this idea that we should care about extrapolation as well as interpolation, we lay out extrapolation as a desiderata and see what it takes to extrapolate better. Okay? So to build up this idea of what we mean when we say, will causal solutions improve this notion of extrapolation, let's go back to our task. Again, very simple linear regression, 1D. We have this particular generative model of our task, right? We know that y is just a linear function of x and some noise. Okay, so one solution that the model can learn to implement in context when given a data set, which is what the context represents, it could learn to infer the task parameters. It could learn to infer the linear coefficients themselves, right? And now that we've inferred what sometimes I refer to as task latents, now that we've inferred these, in order to extrapolate for a new unseen x star, we just have to know how to use this task latent to generate y with x. So in our case, it's simple. It's just going to be, we just have to take the product of these two things and we'll be able to get y. right? And this decision rule should extrapolate because what it reflects is the true underlying generative process by which this data is generated, right? So this connection that I'm making here is the idea that the task latents are related to the kinds of causal mechanisms that govern the task. We're going to see more examples of this when I present our empirical studies, but for now, I'd like to just show that we're not the first people to construct this idea of a task vector or task latent. In fact, there's a lot of empirical evidence that's been mounting for the usefulness of these things. Going back to counterfactual pairs, what's been really interesting is people have shown that you can find some activation in a neural network that can transfer over to a completely unseen context and behave or produce outputs that are very predictable. It's exactly what we'd expect. So just to run through this example here, you see that the task latents are learned from a context where we have analogies where clearly the task is to produce an antonym, produce the opposite of the word, right? Now, we take that latent, that task latent, and try to apply it to a completely unseen context, which is this other sentence that says the word fast means, and when we apply this task latent, we expect the counterfactual output to be slow, and indeed that is what the neural network ends up producing. Okay, so it's an interesting paper that showed that there's some evidence that these latents exist, and this motivates our inquiry into studying and understanding better what properties would this have to be able to actually use task latents. Okay. So this was a very, very recent resubmission, last night in fact, but this is on archive. We asked whether these inductive biases towards task latents, which were motivated from causal ideas, do they rather lead to ICL solutions that generalize better in unseen contexts? Okay. So how would we evaluate this? How are we going to implement this study and contrast this idea against standard sequence models or standard autoregressive models? So just as a contrast, consider our standard model, which is going to take a bunch of contexts as input. So the context, once again, represents IID data points. And given a query token, X star, it's going to use attention and MLP layers to produce some probability distribution over Y star. Okay? What is our model going to do? So we make a very, very simple modification. Again, the point here is to do a study and get some understanding of a phenomenon. So the point here isn't is to suggest an architecture where we're trying to beat the baseline or something like that. This is just for scientific purposes. So we introduced this thing that we called the explicit model. How it works is that it takes the context and it has to go through a bottleneck. Okay? So there's a transformer that processes the context and produces a single low-dimensional latent variable that we refer to as the task latents. Okay? The idea is that when we're going to make a prediction for our query, our unseen X star, that network only gets to attend to our task latent. Okay? It does not get to look at the previous context. You can imagine this will prohibit the model from learning the k-nearest neighbor solution or any such non-parametric solution. Okay? Here it's forced to try, so long as the dimensionality of this bottleneck is small, it's forced to learn these task latents. Okay. Once again, just to emphasize, the way that this has changed everything is that X star can no longer attend to the entire context. Okay, so here's time for some surprising results, because I'm sure a lot of us are used to the style of talk where you show a model and then, not surprisingly at all, the rest of the talk is all about how great we are. I'm going to show you some negative results, but with a positive twist that makes it worthwhile to keep doing all of this research. Okay, so we evaluated these two different models. We contrasted them on a variety of benchmarks. What these benchmarks have in common is that we know what the task latents are. Okay, so we have ground truth task latents, which allows us to do some better evaluations. So that was our desiderata going forward and building these benchmarks. So some of our benchmarks indeed are synthetic. They are synthetic regression and classification tasks, including things that are linear and nonlinear. So we consider linear regression, nonlinear Gaussian processes, sinusoidal regression, a fairly complicated dynamical system. I highlight Gaussian process because this is actually a scenario where we have sort of an infinite dimensional task latent, right? This is actually a scenario where we expect the explicit model not to do quite as well. So we wanted to have a negative control in there as well. So in terms of more interesting tasks that we studied, so we did use a couple interesting real-world data sets. One is a gene expression prediction data set where there's a variety of gene knockouts that are performed that are both double gene knockouts and single gene knockouts. And here, because we know which gene was knocked out for each study, the task latents correspond to those intervention targets, okay? The identity of the knockout. What we do is we train the system on single gene knockouts and a small number of pairwise knockouts, and we predict only on unseen pairwise knockouts. So it's a compositional task that involves asking the model to reason compositionally and add up the effects that it has learned from training time. We also used a very complex and interesting visual task, which you may have seen if you're kind of a puzzly person. This is the Raven's progressive matrices task that involves getting a bunch of images like this and then having to figure out what is the pattern, the underlying pattern that allows you to complete the next image or predict the next image. So these are the tasks. We also had this RL benchmark called Alchemy, which is a very complex game. At a high level, I'll just say that it involves potions and stones, and the potions act on stones and change them in very deterministic ways according to a very complicated set of rules. Right? And each environment or each regime has a different set of rules, and here it's the rule set that constitutes our task latents. Okay, so first question is, do these models in fact recover different kinds of task latents? Does our model recover task latents at all? And the way to test this is using counterfactual examples. So in particular, let me just give an example with alchemy in mind. We're going to take a particular rule set, and we're going to see if we change the rule set, can we modify the task latent in such a way that it consistently produces the output that we expect under the new rule set. Okay, and so what we found is that, and to do this, you have to have two different examples. You have to have one example from the first rule set, and you also have to have the solution under the new rule set. Okay, so when we did this, what we found is that indeed, there's a lot of evidence that suggests that the explicit model, the thing that is forced to model task latents, does have an effect in recovering them accurately because we're able to do very accurate counterfactual predictions. We can intervene in such a way on the task latent such that the network can output the correct value under a counterfactual modification like this. Whereas for the standard transformer, we used some of the techniques that Maxime was referring to for causal abstraction and intervention, and we weren't able to find nice places to intervene to do reliable and predictable counterfactual predictions. Okay, so there's evidence that there's more evidence in the paper, by the way, but there's evidence that we actually recover the task latents, so this seems good. But here's for a bit of sad news, okay? So just to kind of say what we did, we looked at the standard notion of in-distribution generalization, but we also looked at OOD, where the idea is here, the query now is going to be drawn from a new distribution over queries. What we expected, because this OOD setting captures extrapolation, what we expected was the model that's forced to learn task latents is going to generalize better. Unfortunately, we don't really see any evidence of that for the regression tasks, where lower is better, and you would expect to see the blue or the orange line have a significantly lower height than the gray line, which is the standard method, but we don't see that. The same is true for the complex tasks that we studied as well. So, this begs the question, oh boy, what happened? Does it mean that task latents are absolutely not useful for ICL? We don't want to jump to those negative conclusions just yet, because we found out that knowing how to compose the task latent together with the query really, really, really matters. Okay? That is to say, the prediction function that we talked about, whose job it is to take the task latent and figure out how it should attend to the query, or vice versa, that function really matters. So when we give the model the ground truth function, the ground truth prediction function, we see that actually, as expected once again, our explicit model does significantly better OOD. Okay? Where we expect to see lower MSE, we do see significantly lower MSE. Where we expect to see better accuracy, this happens sometimes. We're still investigating further. But the point here is that the problem doesn't seem to be with predicting the task latents themselves. That seems to be very accurate. The problem also doesn't seem to be with the implicit model. It seems to be that knowing how to use these task latents really, really matters. So what does that mean? Where does this leave us as a research field? Well, should we continue this line of inquiry? And we argue that yes, because our findings actually suggest that maybe next token prediction alone doesn't really suffice to guarantee robust predictions in all contexts. In particular, when we see that knowing the true prediction function significantly improves OOD performance, it suggests that there was a lot of room for improvement for the standard sequence model. Okay, this is not to say that our findings at all suggested that sequence models were doing great generalization. What we're actually seeing is that there's quite a bit of room for improvement. And so this research is important to continue, but where do we go from here? And to think about this, I'd like to just kind of point out that this prediction function, the job that it's tasked to do here is to actually uncover the causal mechanism. Right? It's asked to learn how to take queries and task latents and compose them together in order to produce outputs. And solving this task is quite challenging. It's a form of, it's certainly one aspect of causal discovery. Right? If not causal structure discovery, it certainly involves discovering the nature of the mechanisms that underlie your process, which is a really challenging and complex problem. So we don't have solutions for this just yet, but just to summarize, but also to give a very positive prognosis and outlook, we argue that in-context learning by no means is capable and robust out of the box. That is to say, the next token prediction objective doesn't lead to robust solutions always. We found that this idea that was inspired by causality, well, it's certainly quite interesting, but the naive inductive bias of just trying to recover task latents is probably not going to suffice, because there's a challenging mechanism discovery problem down the road that we still have to address. So what I'll leave you with is this idea that what we really still need is new inductive biases if we want to have robust ICL. Okay? And where will these inductive biases come from? Well, I argue that they can come from what we know about causality and what we know about the field of invariant causal learning or invariant machine learning that argues that causal models generalize best out of distribution. Okay? So we can use these insights and bridge these two fields together. So I'll end there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. That was really interesting. Any questions?
Thank you. This is so fascinating. I was wondering, one of the graphs which showed that ICL worked pretty well for classification. Is it like that?
Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, in the one of the graphs where you showed all the results, I assume that, here for the synthetic classification,
yeah.
So we are seeing better results compared to the other aspects. Is it like this, that it works better for classification, the ICL, or?
So here, on this particular slide, we're seeing that there is a general trend that persists across all manner of tasks, where all three styles of ICL are doing the same in distribution as expected, no surprise there, but also not significantly differently OOD. Where we see a bit of a difference is when we actually know the prediction function, we use that knowledge, there we're seeing a pretty nice boost on the regression tasks and for the Raven's progressive matrices as well, I would say.
Okay, so that's pretty promising, I guess. Yeah.
I think so. I certainly think so.
Thank you.
Hi, so yeah, thank you for your talk. I was wondering, so when you were talking at the beginning about, good old-style machine learning, when you had a objective function, which was very, very close, in fact, to the linguistic task, which was, that you wanted to fulfill. And now, in the example you gave with GPT and writing a poem about prime, what is the task? The problem now is that the notion of a task and the fact that we have a way, to evaluate it and say, okay, it's fulfilled or not, is very, very blurred. And when you do experiments on smaller tasks, because we have to control what we're doing, how do you feel it will apply, something so undefined as the task that we consider now with this kind of models?
That's an excellent question, and I think you're nicely pointing to the challenge also in finding nice examples for talks like this, because in fact there are some very nice semi-synthetic language-like tasks, I'll say, that involve sequences. So in particular, Xi et al. That proposed that in-context learning was related to Bayesian inference. They had a really nice HMM-based generative model that produced sequences, that, nice natural language utterances. They're still not like the example I showed, but definitely more in that direction. In a recent paper that should be on arXiv soon as well, we also applied LLMs to games like a version of a board game called Mastermind. So there's a lot between the very complicated tasks that I showed where you're right, there's no mapping that we know of really all the way to linear regression, including things like people have in context sentiment classification data sets and so forth. Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
I guess I'm wondering whether in distribution and OOD map directly to interpolation and extrapolation. I actually am wondering if we do much extrapolation at all in NLP tasks, in the sense that something might appear, it might be out of distribution with respect to a training set, but it might actually be interpolation. It's just that our view of it is limited. So for example, we only see the language modality, and whereas if we had some full world model with over all modalities, maybe it's actually interpolation in that expanded space. Yeah, I guess I was wondering what you think of something like this. Maybe that's another reason to be hopeful that the methods you propose are actually will be broadly applicable.
No, I think that's a great point, and I actually totally agree with you. So I should have emphasized this more, but we definitely think that that division, interpolation versus extrapolation, is very distinct to IID versus OD. I think they're related. Like, I think sometimes extrapolation is a very extreme form of out of distribution where you're exploring parts of the support you've never seen before, for example. But you're absolutely right that you could have OOD and interpolation and vice versa as well.
Could you maybe do analysis of that type, like to extend your linear regression setup? It could be like you have a high dimensional linear regression, but you project it down to some space or something like that.
Yeah, so that's a great idea. We're going to put out a paper that does more of these kinds of tasks. But another way of conceiving of this, which we're exploring now with a student, is that one challenge with OOD versus IID is certainly that out of distribution, some associations we learned at training time may stop working at test time. So we could also conceive of a benchmark or tasks where that's the thing that varies, that we have some spurious association that made a lot of sense at training time. At test time, the association is much weaker or maybe even anti-correlated with the label. So we can view that as being the OOD challenge. I think that would be the way to go next.
Very cool.
Yeah. Great questions. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, if not, let's thank Dania. So now we're going to have a panel discussion moderated by Frédéric Béchin and myself. So panelists, if I think you know who you are, so please come up. And we'll be joined by Aaron Corville as well.
If you want, I can change it.
Okay, so we have two broad themes, but maybe before all that, we should start by just all the panelists going around and introducing themselves, especially since we managed to arrange it so that there are some panelists who are actually from tomorrow's sessions. So it'd be great if you could just say a few words, especially if you haven't given your talk yet. So yeah, we can start with Frank over there.
Hello, I'm Frank Ridgich, Professor of Computer Science at Dalhousie, formerly at University of Toronto. I'm a member of the Vector Institute health team, and I work in natural language processing and health.
Hi everyone, my name is Yang Xu. I'm a faculty member in computer science and cognitive science at the University of Toronto. My primary interest is in the intersection of language, cognition, and computation, with a specific focus on understanding how the lexicon works.
Hi, I'm Claire Gardon. I'm a CNRS Director of Research in France. I'm a computational linguist, and I've been working in the last 10 years mostly on conditional generation issues.
Hi, I'm Serena Villata. I'm a CNRS Research Director at I3S in Nice, in the south of France. My research topic is natural language argumentation with what concerns analysis of political debates, detection of disinformation, and hate speech.
Hello, I'm Benjamin Morillon. I'm a biologist in Marseille. I don't necessarily do a lot of modeling. I'm more studying the biology of speech processing and music processing.
Hi, so I'm Frédéric Béchin, so I'm from University of Marseille, and I work on natural language processing, and so I will be moderating this panel with Jackie.
I'm Aaron Corville. I was
up there briefly before. I'm here at Mila, and I'm basically a deep learning generalist. I do NLP, I do a little bit of vision and language, I do RL, and more I do multi-agent RL, something I'm very excited about.
And I'm Guillaume Dumas, so as this morning, I'm still associate professor at the University of Montreal and affiliated to Mila, interested in psychiatry, neuroscience, and machine learning, mostly with inductive biases.
And I'm Jackie Chung, and also moderating. I'm at McGill and Mila, and my interests in natural language processing include text generation and automatic summarization, computational pragmatics, and more evaluation issues as well. All right, so I'll pass it off to Frédéric to moderate the first half.
Thank you. Yeah, so the idea of this panel is to have a discussion, on several aspects of the impact of current models, well, let's say LLM, but it could be that's a very generic terms, that we use in NLP, have an impact, on various things, so broad from, impact on your scientific field, impact on society, impact in general. And because the theme of the day was, the link between cognitive science, neuroscience, AI, machine learning. So we are going to start this panel with some discussion on how this kind of model fit in the joint work that we can do, from two standpoints. One from machine trying to build better machine to emulate, to simulate what's happening in the brain, and the other standpoint is trying to understand what's happening in a human brain. And so we've been, like with Benjamin in an institute in Marseille, which tried to have a very interdisciplinary research for many years, and I think now that with this kind of models, we have a common object that we can use. And so what's your feeling about this field of research? Does artificial neural network are a real proxy that can help us understand what's happening in the brain? And on the other hand, does studies on the human brain can improve, machine learning models, or is it just, okay, it's a nice way to talk to each other, but won't change much what everybody's doing in his own field? So what's your feeling about that? So I don't know who wants to start. Aaron, because your picture was there.
Sure, I can offer my perspective. So I guess a little bit of background. I mean, these days I very much am a pure machine learning person, in the sense that I don't really do any meaningful neuroscience or cognitive science, but I did do my PhD in animal learning, and I've done quite a bit of studying in the neuroscience and cog sci. So I think I have a bit of a perspective on this. Modulo, it might be about 20 years out of date, but my perspective on this is that it's actually very difficult to bridge this let's say this gap between what we do in machine learning and neuroscience. I'd love to be challenged on this, actually, if anybody would like to do that. To me, it's very important that whenever you set out sort of at that interface, that you're asking yourself the question, am I doing neuroscience? Am I doing sort of using machine learning technology in the service of neuroscience, in the service of cognitive science? Or are you doing the opposite, which is to say you are doing machine learning and you're borrowing ideas and concepts from neuroscience? Now, with respect to the first one, I think that is to say, using machine learning in the service of neuroscience and cog sci, I think there's actually lots to say and lots to do there, potentially. With respect to the other way around, I'm much more skeptical. I mean, obviously deep learning was inspired by neuroscience, so there's obviously clear connections there today, and even models like convolutional neural nets were inspired by looking at how the vision system of the brain works. As far as I know, transformers were not at all inspired by looking at how the brain works. They were inspired by looking at how gradients flow, and that has been really the driving force, is more of an engineering perspective on these models since that time. And I think the truth is we just know so little about the neuroscience that it's very hard to use that as active constraints on the machine learning side. Love to be challenged by that, actually. The one thing I can say, though, that I think there is reasonable places where I think if we could do if we could have those kinds of controls or that kind of knowledge about their neuroscience, it would be very helpful. It's things like, I think we're really bad at object-centric representations right now. So we have these slot object-centric representations. I think they're really awkward. And the way our machine learning models handle just object-centric representations is, I think, super awkward. And I think the human brain, or at least it feels like we do a very elegant job of that. I would love to understand how we do that. But as far as I know, we don't really understand that. That's the level at which we would actually need to have that kind of insight. Anyway, yeah.
Maybe I can do the first reply to say that I disagree. So I have two things that comes into mind. There was a recent paper that was called the shallow brain hypothesis. So in reaction to the deep neural networks. So we discussed about that at lunch a bit, is that even this morning I mentioned that you have a hierarchical process in the brain with from extracting simple features to more complex and abstract features, but it's not true. The brain is mostly composed of loops with notably the subcortical structure. It's not only the cortex, the brain, more than half of the neurons are actually not in the cortex. And it's not at all hierarchical, it's mostly diverging loops of processing. So the structure is very different. And as Guillaume also mentioned a bit this morning, the best physiological models of the brain is done with differential equations, so which is not at all the approach. So that's the first point. The second point is that I don't think that the brain is actually representing things and computing things. I think that the psychology of the humans, we use this because it's very good objects for us to communicate and understand each other. So when we use Bayesian system and we compute like a prior distribution and then etc., it's very good to describe the psychology of the brain, but I don't think that it's good to describe the biology of the brain. But I don't have a solution and no one has a solution. So for example, my unit director, Victor Girsay, developed the virtual brain, which is a big model that models the physiology of the human brain. It's mostly for epilepsy. So it's very good to replicate the resting state activity of patient's brain, but the brain is not computing anything. This brain has no cognition, it's dumb. But in humans, where something emerges and we don't know how it works. That's my 2 cents.
So maybe I'll spice this up even more. I'm going to stand on Benjamin's side and say that I do think, I think it's, first of all, I agree it's difficult to influence AI and ML from the cognitive neuroscience side, but I do think there is some empirical evidence to suggest at least some of the directions in AI and ML have been steered in that sort of direction. So some examples that came into mind include zero-shot learning, for instance, right? The fact that it was at least partly inspired by the fact that humans can learn so much with limited data. And even, I guess at the surface level, the idea of calling things like attention net mechanisms, I think that's at least loosely attached to some of the things that, that were inspired by cognition. So I guess, in other words, I guess I agree very much to the second point that you're trying to make there. But I also partly agree with you as well, Aaron. Right?
So just to the first point, the zero shot, I don't think it requires inspiration from human learning to think that it might be so desirable to be able to make predictions with, like, let's say, a little bit of data, right?
Yeah.
And that's just the logical extreme of that.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I'm convinced by that point. But what was your second point?
I would just bring into attention to the attention mechanism.
Well, I mean, the word is the same. But as far as I know, we don't really have any sort of mechanistic inspiration there. Right?
I guess we don't have any causal proofs these days. I mean, we can always think in a post hoc way to think, probably these are not influenced by ideas in cognitive or psychology. But I certainly think in the case of zero-shot learning, there was it was a paper by Brendan Lake, I think, Ray, who did a lot of work on zero-shot learning, how to generalize in those conditions. And I think that paper definitely generated a lot of interest from the ML community to do prototypical network-based kind of learning where you can generalize with, a few examples.
Sure. I mean, to the extent that I know of that work, I view that as a pure machine learning contribution. Is Are you arguing that there's a neuroscience
Well,
basis there?
Well, I guess it's more at the conceptual level, right? I think it can steer new directions in ML, but certainly the technical breakthroughs are done by machine learning scientists. I would agree to that.
So yeah, I will ramble like this morning. That on the fact that maybe I agree it's super difficult, but about more like the motivation to try to do it still for two reasons. Like first, the frugality and the ecological needs to have efficient algorithms in a more like energetic way, and like in that case, the brain is so far like one of the most optimal computation machines that we have so far. So clearly the blueprint is not open source. We need to reverse engineer all that, but still it's like the best embodiment of that we have so far. And the second is more like if we want to align those machines with ourselves, making those machines as alike as we are is the easiest path in a sense. Like the more we are having something that is alien to our own inner working, the more we can expect those machines to behave in a strange way that is not aligned with our existing socioeconomical systems or our own infrastructure that were designed for humans in the first place. So it's gonna create another problems later on the downstream task in the basically. But yeah, and this morning I also list a lot of examples of where the neuroscience tree can be still a big giving tree for AI, like beyond reinforcement learning, CNN, etc.
Yeah, so I think I was wondering if I could add some refinements or clarifications to the question in that. So, for example, what about linguistic theories? Because I think linguistics is a part of cognitive science. How should they inform or be informed by large language models? And I also wonder if there's an implicit assumption in the discussion so far that we're only looking at models and architectures or mechanisms within models. And we could potentially discuss this more broadly as well in terms of other aspects of the machine learning or in terms of the pipeline, basically. Like selection of research topics or evaluation or data set creation or auditing and so forth.
Okay. So, and don't hesitate if you have any reaction or you want to ask a question or give a comment. Please don't hesitate to raise your hand and then or go to the. Oh no, sorry, there's no more microphone. So you have to come.
We got all the mics. You're going to have to come up here.
Oh no,
we have one here. So.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah. Okay. So please.
Just on that point, actually, that's a really good point. I forgot. I wanted to raise this. So on the evaluation side, there actually is a lot, right? That like the sort of the forefront of LLMs right now. A lot of these reasoning tasks look a lot like how we evaluate reasoning and intelligence in people. And in fact, they're pretty obviously heavily inspired by that. So I think for right now, there's actually a lot of, on the empirical side of evaluation, I think there is a lot to benefit from that side. Yeah, it's a good point.
So one way of seeing things is that, before we had one goal, which was to mimic or try to, not necessarily mimic, but try to reproduce the performance, of a human, in terms of linguistic capabilities, and now, but this was kind of a black box. And now we have another example, which is this LLMs, which gives also some surprising results, and so which are another target, So it's not at the level, of course, of human capabilities, but it gives some way to think that, okay, we can build a machine which can have some kind of reasoning, some kind of capabilities that were the one which were attributed only to human before, but at a cost which is very, very high, with a lot of restriction, with a lot of problems. So do you think that before we had one black box, now we have two? Did we win something with that, and where do we go from there? I don't know if you have something.
So the question is, I guess, what do we do with this new artifact, this new black box of this LLM?
This new player, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, I mean, there's, what can I say about that? So, I mean, we've started essentially a new kind of psychology, right? Which is like the psychology of LLMs. It's interesting. I think it actually is unfortunate. Well, no, it's not unfortunate, rather. It is important, is what I actually meant to say, maybe psychologically. The reason why I think it's important is because we need to understand these systems, right? They are sort of genuine artifacts that are out in the world and are obviously capable of doing some very interesting things. And we do kind of need to understand what is the limits of their capabilities, especially when we think about we're potentially putting, well, we actually have already put them out there in the world. Lots of companies are spending a lot of money to put out many more versions of these out into the world. And for us not to really understand entirely how they work is something we need to think hard about.
I think maybe it's a separate issue. So it reminds me of the beginning of computational linguistics, where we were trying to have parsers that would mimic what people were doing. And so we made the task very difficult for us. And after a while, we said, okay, forget it. We are not, we were trying to reproduce what psychologists were finding with, I forgot the name, garden path sentences, right? And so again, that made the parsing task much more difficult. Then we gave it up, and we found actually parsing is very difficult by itself. It's very ambiguous. You have to have grammars and so. So I think now we have these LLMs, and okay, maybe there are connections with what psychologists and psycholinguists are finding, but I think there should be like parallel research track, right? You want to understand how the LLMs are working. That's very important, of course. Maybe you want to find connection between language or language acquisition and what LLMs do with language. That's a separate direction, but I would be a bit careful about wanting to drive the development of computational linguistics through mimicking what's happening in our brain.
So to go in the same direction, I saw one presentation one day, and then at the end, the conclusion was, oh, I presented that to you. It was a neuroscience conference, but actually, it has nothing to do. It's completely different than a human, so it's a different species. So it's a different beast. But what's cool is that this beast, you can study it without ethical approval. So you can open it up, modify it, make it work night and day. So it's very useful because even if we don't understand how the human brain is working or the cognition is working, we can see some algorithmic level implementations, some solutions at least. And this is very powerful.
Maybe. And another point which I think we should think about is the reasoning part, because one thing is to show some reasoning capability. I mean, even Eliza was showing some reasoning capability at the surface of the interaction. I mean, there are some interesting papers showing that the users were really thinking it was reasoning about their case. But now, I mean, we don't really have any strong evidence that these LLMs are really doing reasoning, even if we do the chain of thoughts, or even if we do contrastive chain of thoughts. I mean, still we are bringing them by hand and making them bring these small steps. But how they can generalize, this is still an open point.
I would take my engineering hat now. So the good thing, I think, though, that LLMs and computer science has impact on neuroscience and psychology is to raise the bar in the incentive to formalize theories, and like the pragmatic outcome of it work or it doesn't work is kind of something that is missing a lot in cognitive science. Like there is a lot of speculations and endless discussions with polysemantic words that theories don't agree upon. And so having like a pressure from the community in machine learning to say like, well, our stuff work, show us that your inductive biases are making better performance and stuff. I think that's a very positive side of this, actually.
Something, because I hadn't said anything yet. Yeah, so this is not really the question at all, but I guess like you raised the idea of kind of going both ways. And like I'm not exactly like a neuroscientist or anything, but I'm aware of the fact that in like neuroscientists, sometimes they're studying diseases or they're studying something where there's a small change in the brain, but the data is very limited, and in the data sets, there's only small parts of the data that they have that has the the lesion or whatever they're looking for. So deep neural networks, unlike neural networks from even 5 or 6 years ago, are able to synthesize realistic-looking brains that have structures that can implement counterfactuals, so you can kind of tell these neural networks, I want to see a brain of someone this age, someone that sex, who has this particular disorder, that, whatever. And even if those, and they're getting better and better, so they're getting more and more realistic, and even if they're not totally realistic, they're still useful for neuroscience, for training models to detect these kinds of diseases. So I think that's kind of interesting. Neural networks are understanding what brains look like, even if they don't necessarily function like brains.
Is there any comments in the room? Yes.
Yes. It was said that most of the brain that we understand today is controlled by partial differential equations. And I was wondering, because it's a great line of research today to solve partial differential equation with neural networks, that if we could approximate the solution of this equation with the neural networks, and if we don't, is there any chance that a neural network that wasn't optimized for this, the solution of this equation, can actually solve the equation? So by directly optimizing this equation, can we approximate the solution of the brain, if I can say it like this?
Yeah, very good question. So we have worked on that, like comparing pure computational neuroscience models, LSTM or classic machine learning only, and neural ODE hybrid approach, combining computational model with ODE plus machine learning. And in that case, like hybrid models work the best.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I think that's where like we need to, it's not like necessarily to bridge the gap in one direction or the other, but maybe meet in the middle of the bridge. And there's like good stuff to take on both sides, I guess. And in the context of on-top data set with low data regimes like brain imaging, maybe things that have been done with text cannot be done that easily. So having inductive biases, integrating prior knowledge in a smart way, not just like out-coding everything, but for instance, in our case, we were just assuming that there were like oscillatory activity with Van der Pol oscillators and leaving the parameters of those Van der Pol oscillators free to be fit by machine learning approach. Then you get like a kind of hybrid middle ground.
Okay. And just to continue, maybe can you think about probing some networks? For example, like a great question is like, is LLM reasoning? Can we probe this model to solve the partial differential equation? Like, can we extract? So you said that the combination is great. So can we probe the model to solve the equation?
So there's like at Mila some work on time series transformers. In that case, it's kind of approximating the differential equation with more like transformer-based approach. But the trick is also in the tokenizing. So it's not like you can take a vanilla LLM and ask to solve a differential equation directly. But clearly, yeah, you can tweak the architecture to approach those systems. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Siva, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. So one common thing that is coming across in the panel as well as all the talks is right now there is a big disconnect between science and what works. Right, so we have two communities. I'm at I'm in a department where which cares about science. I'm also in a department where which cares about performance. And it seems to me that there is really, whenever you fire, there is this probe, you fire a linguist, you get the performance goes up. And now the new thing is just remove all your inductive biases and the performance goes up. And it seems to me that's the case where we. So when there is such disconnect between science and what works, it seems to me that what's the role that we are playing? Our research has become more reactive rather than agentic. You imagine I'm sure all of you probably you entered science, you entered research thinking that, oh, I am going to come up with this beautiful theory and do great things with this theory. And this is how I entered this area. So what is our role as researchers in this era when inductive biases are not really the things that work?
Our goal is to come up with theories that work. Well, so when I was in grad school, I was at CMU, and I mentioned already that I did my PhD in animal learning, but I was actually in the Robotics Institute, which was part of the School of Computer Science. So I was in this very weird situation that all my friends were basically doing machine learning and robotics, but I was doing animal learning, reading 100-year-old psychology papers and going to weird conferences where there's psychologists explaining their models. And so I had this very strange cultural divide that your question reminded me of. And so on the science side, I had a conversation with a psychologist whose work I had been following. He was a great psychologist in the sense he had very careful animal experimentations, had his own theories of things. And I was talking with him, and I was really interested to know, very eager to find some truth of what actually worked in terms of these animal models. And I brought with me into this conversation my kind of, say, machine learning perspective of what matters is what works. And it was kind of a culture shock moment for me, because the way I viewed his response was more like he had his garden and he was tending his garden. He did his experiments, he had his theory, but this was his garden, and tending the garden was the important part, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas at the time, and I think still now, it's one of the things I think is a virtue of the machine learning world, the AI world more generally now, but back then it was very much just the machine learning world, is what we care about is what works.
Yeah.
And there's a kind of honesty to that. It's got problems, and it's not only virtue there, but there is a virtue to that perspective. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I want to quick jump in on something. So it's a pet peeve of mine sometimes about how unscientific our community can be a lot of the time. And this started back when I was a student, and it hasn't really changed since then, where we have our big tables of numbers, and we show other people's numbers, and then we show our numbers, and our numbers are 0.01 higher or lower, whatever the case may be, than someone else, and then we pat ourselves on the back, and then we think we're successful. But right away, there's no empirical methodology around that. So the first thing people should be doing is rerunning experiments, doing cross-fold validation, doing statistical tests, there's problem statistical tests. But if your difference is 0.01, it could be an accident of the test data you're working with. Things are getting a bit better in the sense that people are now using more data sets, and the code's out there, models are out there, so we can try to reproduce things. So that's actually a good thing. I think we're generally moving in the right direction. But when papers aren't self-critical about the results, that's always a bit of a it's so common, it's no longer annoying, but it's just it's a bit irritating anyways. And there's one paper from ACL last year, which was one of my favorites. It was about BERT, and what the authors did was they went back to the beginning of BERT. BERT basically supplanted Elmo, which was at the time the cool new thing, and they said BERT is so much better on, I think, Squad, according to all the different, or Glue, Super Glue, sorry. According to all the different tasks, it was 10% better here, 5% better there. And then that paper, the original BERT paper, made our whole industry basically BERTology for 3 or 4 years. And what this paper at ACL last year did was they went back and said, well, that first original BERT paper, they optimized the hyperparameters for BERT, but not for Elmo. And they trained BERT on much, much more data than Elmo, and they they added transformers and all these extra pieces. So what this paper did was they optimized hyperparameters for Elmo. They trained Elmo on the same data. They did all these extra steps. They gave the benefit of the doubt. They added transformers where there weren't previously any transformers. And then the results were basically a tie. So like Elmo with all of the same benefits of the doubt basically tied Bert. And I mean, like, whatever, like what's done is done. But the point is that like we just kind of followed the trend. Everyone jumped on Bert when no one really asked, like, is it actually better? Did you actually do an honest evaluation of this thing initially? So that was kind of a pet peeve.
Yeah, so I would absolutely agree. We are basically terrible at the empirical science of things. You'd think we'd be better than we are, but that's actually, in a way, that actually motivates something that a lot of people criticize, which are benchmarks and just benchmark values, right? Like there's like I say, an honesty to this, right? You achieve a certain level, and it's hard to achieve that level, and as long as you're not cheating, showing improvement above that actually means something. And I think it's getting harder and harder to sort of have those kinds of benchmarks. But
So as a linguist, I'm very happy about the empirical state of affairs. I come from the linguistic background where people have theories and they test them on like carefully constructed example, and it just does not fly. So when you have empirical data and you can really test your model on it, it's actually a huge progress. So for linguistic theory, actually empirical is really a big step forward. And I agree that we now have benchmark, we have evaluation, and we're making the code available. We're doing a lot of things in the right direction, even for we're not, reproducibility is still an issue, and there is all these things about optimizing for results. But I think people are increasingly conscious about this, and it's a progress.
So I wanted to mention the thing that our job is like impossibly complicated. So I love, and I was very inspired by some researchers that have big theories, okay? And I worked for 20 years for some theories, and then, you fail, you see an effect at 0.04, and then next study again. So, and then people conclude this thing is crucial, critical, mandatory, and you're like, if it's mandatory, it should be present in every trial of every participant that I record, and it's not the case. Yeah, but it's a bit noisy, but no, if it's there, it should be there. So I agree with you that you want to work on things that work, and you have clear effects, it's clearly, and it's reproducible and so on. But the researchers I know in my field that are doing things that work are also doing super boring stuff that are not very pushing our field forward. So there's a tension, it's like a 2D axis, and we try to move there and not there, that having something that is theoretically powerful, but that is not only, like we criticize a lot Chomsky these days, it's a nice game, and he had a good theory, but he had no data, and actually he killed Skinner, but Skinner has an amazing theory that is biologically plausible, that is statistical learning, that is amazing, and he was killed based on theoretical reasons, not empirical reasons. So, and I think we should be 100 people working on what we do alone. So that's difficult.
To continue on that train of thought, like there is a saying that even the most beautiful theory can be killed by an ugly fact. And I feel like, for instance, in psychiatry and mental health, that's also like a kind of awakening moment to have like those large data sets and see how decades or centuries of consensus between experts are collapsing in front of data. And that also is very sane in a sense. And raise the bar on the expectation on what should be done in psychiatry, for instance. Like it really, of course, like the benchmark culture has its limits, but in a sense it's also bring people back to reality and to confront to the real data, yeah.
So at CMU, so I was a graduate of CMU too. At CMU, I was actually, sort of my career was sort of the flip version of Aaron's. I started off doing machine learning, and I suddenly realized I'm more into human science, and started working on language and all that stuff. So I was working with a psychologist, and I spent months and months coming up with an algorithm to decode brain signals, and I thought I did very well. I achieved like 85% accuracy, and I went up to my advisor, who was a psychologist, pretty famous one, and he told me, "Where's the theory?" And I got very frustrated. I thought I got it to work, but he said, "No, that's no use. You can't publish a paper in psychology without a theoretical foundation." But to me, I think an appropriate analogy might be that if you want to study microorganisms, like you probably need the right tool to do that, in this case, microscope. And to me, to a lot of the other fields outside AI or machine learning, like the tools we're having, well, the LLM now serves as a really useful tool to investigate some of the questions that just were not feasible previously. So to me, it's eye-opening to see how things like embeddings will allow us to understand semantics at a scale and a precision that just unprecedented, and I'm pretty appreciative of that kind of progress.
Yeah. So following on that, I think, well, I was not a student in psychology, but I discovered psychology much later on. And I was a computer science student, so we try anything until it works, and then after we think of an explanation why it worked. And, but my colleagues in psychology that I've been talking to, they say, for example, if you want to do an experiment on human, you have first to write exactly what hypothesis you want to test, and you can't run an experiment and then discover something which has been expected. It's not valid. You have to have an idea. You have to have, and I think maybe, okay, we don't have to be that extreme, but having some kind of, thought of what we want to test exactly, and maybe being more cautious on that could be a way also to share good practice between communities.
So I wanted to pick up this thread about empiricism versus, I guess, rationalism, and also gradually shift towards the next big theme. So I think there was we talked a bit about how in linguistics, traditionally it's been like you look at a few examples and you call it a day, and there's progress in that now. We're more empirical and we have data sets. But I guess I'm also a little bit worried that we're going too far in the other direction. So for example, now it's common in many NLP and machine learning papers to test on multiple data sets. If you only test on one, you get nasty reviews about why did you only test on one data set? You should do like 2 or 3, or if you test on 2, they want 3, and if you test on 3, they want 4. And the thing is that I'm worried that people think that scaling up evaluations is by itself a virtue. And whereas I think there's another thread or another line of argument, which is that having some of that analysis and some of that critical thinking about what kind of evaluations you want to do, which might actually be hearkening back to carefully selected examples, but in a modern interpretation, might actually be useful as well. So yeah, I was wondering if I'm not a panelist, so I have to make this a question. What do you think?
So I guess I'm kind of curious if you can go a bit more into detail, because as you were talking, I was thinking about a few of my papers that I was working on for iClear, which was this morning, and we were concerned because the wider point, we were doing an analysis on a single data set, but the wider point we were trying to make in our analysis was not just about that data set, right? It was more about the technique. So at some point, and in one case, we were really focusing on one data set, and we became concerned, does the wider point actually apply more broadly? So we went and we had to find a different data set and try that, and fortunately in this case it worked, but sometimes it doesn't, right? So that, to me, I guess it really depends on the kind of question you're asking, if it makes sense to broaden the set of data sets or not. Does that make sense?
On that also, it brings back, regarding the benchmark also and what you just said, it's accuracy is one way of looking at things, but for instance, if we go back to the energy aspect, so you can optimize performance, but you can also optimize energy consumption of a device. So that's also the thing. Benchmark is one way of operating, but the key question is also what do we want to benchmark? And in the context of, for instance, alignment for psychotherapy, it may be different way of looking at things that if you want to optimize for time series forecasting in a very given context, like brain activity or stock market or whatever. So the thing is also where we need to be careful is to narrow down the optimization function of our scientific endeavor to just accuracy and performance in that sense, and see beyond that what we are trying to achieve.
I think this is an excellent question, thank you, because it's now is not only the question is yet another benchmark to test, but now with these LLMs and the fact that there is almost a new LLM put forward each week, is really difficult to follow, and this is a kind of a recurrent question by reviewers as well. So, and did you try the same task? Did you try if GPT-4 solved it? And if it is GPT-4, what about Gemma? And if it is not this, what about Mistral? And with guardlace, without guardlace? So it's becoming difficult to follow all that. And there are actually ethical issues which should be raised on this point. On the one side, all what will concern frugality and the energy consumptions with regard to all that, but also on the, let's say, the money point of view, because some of these models you need to pay to access to test all of that, and so that there is also this question which remains open.
Yeah, going back to the benchmark, I think it's if there are several benchmarks available for your task, I think you should test on all of them, because they will be different in some ways. Talking about, I was thinking of multi-hop question answering. You have several benchmarks, but they have very different characteristics. So if you test your approach on all of these, then you might find it works well for one, so it is biased against one type of solution. So I think it's really important to use all those benchmarks if you have them. But I think it's also not enough. You need to do, there is a whole evaluation issue. So is the evaluation metric actually, does it make sense that you are using it? Even, sometimes people reuse the evaluation metrics that have been used on the benchmark, but they're not necessarily the right ones, right? So you have to justify which evaluation metrics you are using, maybe propose a new one if needed. And I think also error analysis is a very important aspect. So you cannot just give numbers. You really have to go and look at what your model is outputting.
All right, so we're going to slightly shift focus, and for the second broad theme that we're going to look at in the panel today, we're going to discuss broader impacts of the current state of large language models and NLP. So specifically to do with social impacts and also ethics. So the first prompt that we have is that large language models raise concerns due to their scale, which comes with challenges and potential ethical issues with running large experiments, and also the absence of formal guarantees regarding their behavior. So given these risks, what are your perspectives on the deployment of these models? So perhaps they don't have full transparency, and perhaps they don't have rigorous safeguards. How should we incorporate the needs and worries of all relevant stakeholder groups, especially those who are not well represented, for example, among the researchers, among the people making decisions at industry labs or in government roles, and people who might suffer harms from NLP technologies?
Okay, so I think that the issues, the risks linked to LLMs for the society are really broader than just the point of hallucination, which has attracted a lot of attention at the beginning. And of course, this is a very important point. But there are all issues related to the fact of projecting human qualities, abilities on these language models. Because as Joshua said yesterday, all these persuasion aspects, if you don't want to use the word persuasion, we can think to the fact that these models are really empathic. So when people interact with them, they show kind of a way of understanding what you say, and more importantly, what you feel, but it's not true. So in particular, I think this is very important for people with some kind of fragility, for instance, in psychological fragility and so on, or for young people. Another issue which I think is important also among the risks is the fact that there is a risk of oversimplification of the language which is used in a way, because if people keep interacting with these systems, and I'm not proposing to ban them or to avoid this LLM, but just to raise the fact that the full complexity of the language, in particular for certain languages which are underrepresented, is reduced in these terms. And this, I think, it's very important, needs to be underlined.
Yeah, on that, we had a very good example once at Mila with the indigenous community in Maori, showing how, for instance, the Flores, I think, was using a Maori corpus that was poor quality, and by doing a ground-up data set with Maori speaking, they were achieving much better performance and also generalization to context and so on. So what they were warning, and we are part of a big AI indigenous knowledge partnership, is really those rare languages, how they can deteriorate in the community of young people by having a model that speak a pretty bad quality dialect, basically. Yeah, that's a very good example. Yeah.
What about in deployment scenarios? So I know some of you, such as Frank, have worked in many different settings where deployment is a major concern. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on risks and harms with NLP technologies in the health space or otherwise.
Yeah. So a lot of my projects involve like this piece where we're trying to push on some of these risks, but it's a very challenging problem. So normally what we do is, there's like a dozen or 24 different kind of ways to represent like bias, right? Is it an individual, group, whatever? And then we do a lot of like work along those lines to try to make sure things are equitable across a group or for the individual, or you minimize false positives for this individual, that individual. But it always seems like, to me anyway, that we're just kind of scratching the surface a little bit. Like, so we're not exactly paying lip service to bias mitigation, but like, it's a research project usually, and it's hard to see like the kind of stuff that we do really just, having a massive deployed impact. Most of the time, the people deploying our software, like, so I'll talk about this a bit tomorrow, but, we're working with some companies that deploy in hospitals and clinics, and, like, normally what they're interested in is not necessarily like that part of it. They want things to be accurate, and they want their workflows to be, like the clinical workflows to be maintained or improved, and the social stuff is like an afterthought.
Maybe I'll ask you a question. So I'm interested in these kinds of cases of like, it's more of just a pure ethics question, but let's imagine that you have a classifier. Let's say it's diagnosing cancer, and let's divide the population between men and women. We could divide it any way you want. And let's imagine that you have a bias. Let's say it does better at detecting cancer. The accuracy is higher for men than women. And let's imagine that you have a dial, and that you're setting this dial, and the dial does something like this, right? Meaning that you can set the dial such that you can make those levels equal by just dropping accuracy on men. How do you think about that from an ethical point of view?
So I'm going to talk about this a little bit tomorrow, so I'm not going to talk about it now. So, but yeah, I think things aren't. It's not. The main lesson is there's no happy, sad knob that you can just keep on turning it, and then everyone kind of benefits. Sometimes you try to do the right thing, and then the result is that you get negative consequences, like the people who are biased against are even more so biased against after you apply these kinds of transformations. The one thing I want to kind of clarify with what I mentioned before is that like you might have a team of people around you who are trying to implement things, and there might be social scientists and ethicists, and they're trying to do the right thing. But like we knew that like women, people of color, they have worse outcomes in healthcare. They have worse outcomes subsequent to the use of these deep learning models, but they've had worse outcomes for decades. And you can know about it, but like the frustration is that it's a very complicated system. Like even if you can demonstrate something really well in one particular hospital, making it like stick and making it in that one hospital and making it kind of generalize across the country or across multiple hospital units is a huge challenge, which is mostly like the human factor.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up an excellent other case there, right? Which is when we think about the bias in these systems, we think about them kind of in isolation, not about the bias relative to what they're replacing, because what they're replacing could be far more biased. So I'm not an expert into this. I really don't know how to think about it, but I feel like there's a sense in which we are asking these questions out of context in a way that we're probably not doing as much good as we could be doing.
Out of context, you mean asking these questions without thinking about how the actual deployment will be?
Exactly, and what it's replacing, right? Like recidivism rates or rates of there's classic cases where people are extremely biased, and so we propose systems to replace the human, and we find that those systems are biased, but they're which is terrible. We want to correct the bias, but they would actually be much better than the human system, for example, in this hypothetical example that they're replacing.
Actually, I can pass it off to someone else after too, but like that's the last point you mentioned is also something where like the doctors, nurses, they're aware of the bias, and you can show that these models are biased against this group or that group, but then you can compare it against the baseline, against the context, and you can show this is technically like on average we're still doing a better job across the group or something like that, and it often it's not kind of good enough for those people, right? Like for clinical people. Like it's same thing with self-driving cars, I think. Like this is a kind of a cliche at this point, but like it doesn't matter if a self-driving car is 100 times more safer than a human. Like it has to be perfect for a lot of people to accept it.
Okay, yeah, those are very interesting discussions. I guess I wanted to pick up on something that Serena said about maybe deploying or not deploying an AI system. Are there situations you can think of or imagine where the correct answer really is you should not deploy and you should close your startup or something, or pivot? Yeah.
Yeah, I can think of one. So about 5 years ago, it was a chatbot phase, right? So we were contacted every week by some industrial to build chatbots. And one week, there was this firm who wanted us to build a chatbot where the employees would basically report about all the troubles they were having at work, and how many hours they were working. I mean, very specific things that obviously the employers could use against them. But the firm just asked, and in that case you say obviously no. So I mean, there are cases where it's fairly obvious you shouldn't do it.
Oh, the Microsoft. Yes, the Tay, right? That was deployed and shouldn't have, yeah. Okay, so for the next question, it has to do with, it touches on what Joshua also mentioned in his opening speech. So there are currently both optimistic and maybe catastrophic forecasts surrounding AI's integration into various fields. So if you think about your research and how that informs this issue, how would you clarify on what should be the realistic scope of AI's future impact? And how do you navigate between hype and the actual transformative capability? And here, maybe, since we're in a technical audience, maybe focus on the technical aspect rather than how you communicate that with lay audiences. So that's also an interesting question. So in terms of what you truly believe about the technical, how your technical aspects informs the future. So how do you navigate between realistic expectations about transformations versus highly optimistic or highly pessimistic futures?
Yeah, maybe to start, like what we showed this morning, instead of focusing on point estimates, to have like a more distributional perspective on those behaviors, to be honest about the edge cases, and that's like something that can be easily deployed at scale and used by a large amount of people to be clear about the reality of how those systems can behave in all the complex dimensions that behavior can have. So that could be a very pragmatic way already to prevent that. So typically also instead of focusing on accuracy, to have also to look at regrets and more like the worst case instead of the accuracy in average.
Oh, maybe it's a bit out of topic, but a very simple example is that before in the neuroscience of language, people were studying some simple cases. You have few sentences, you play with the last word of a sentence to see if the word is expected or surprising, and then you find the neural correlate, the N400, that's a typical marker of a lexical surprise. And thanks to these models, what we could achieve is not saying, oh, it's actually 3 sentences heard by 5 guys. We can generalize, because you present the entire text, you see that it's a general property of language, that you find that with just audiobooks and not when people do tasks. So I find that very cool, because we move from artificial paradigms to naturalistic scenarios. And Guillaume is even going further, because he's not studying one person in front of a computer, but humans interacting. And what we're interested actually is not humans in their natural environment, not humans in some cages. So for this, I think it's good, but in the end, it's not much. It helped us to go toward more generalistic conclusions, which is already a big step, but it did not revolutionize, in my opinion, the psychology or biology of the brain.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, I'll say that my general perspective on the safety of these systems is it's important that we have transparency in these systems. It's important that these systems be available to researchers and other people to try them out. And it's important that that happens now, because before they get very, very powerful, we're in the process right now from a societal level of working out a lot of these bugs. These systems are generally more safe than they were 6 months ago, a year ago, and that's because people are finding problems with these systems and they're correcting them. So I think we're kind of moving in this in the right direction, and the interaction with society for these systems is actually a part of that. The other thing I'll say is that from my own personal research point of view, I was mentioning before that I'm getting interested in multi-agent reinforcement learning. One of the major motivations I have for that now is that we're sort of running this experiment, or let's say about to run this experiment, where there's a lot of companies right now, and they're really focused on agentic LLMs, right? Building systems that are agents that are going to interact with humans, going to interact with other LLM systems. And we're about to run a giant multi-agent experiment out in the real world, to a certain extent, or in the virtual world. And we don't understand the dynamics of the interaction of those systems. There's been very little studies on those kinds of interactions. And if you think about the kinds of interactions we can imagine them having, they're what I would characterize as general sum interactions, meaning the interests of these agents aren't necessarily directly well aligned, and they're not opposite each other. And that is actually very interesting. That's kind of the area of research that I'm really interested in focusing on. It's really complicated. The state of technology is way, way back of where we would hope it would be, given that we're deploying these systems now. And I can say that the one kind of maybe scary part about this is that in these general sum cases, so iterative prisoner's dilemma, I don't really have time to go into what the details of all this, but what this iterative prisoner, so the prisoner's dilemma is you can cooperate or you can defect, basically the tragedy of this thing is that the optimal thing or the rational thing to do is to defect. If in the iterative case, you can actually get out of that. There are these tit-for-tat policies where you cooperate as long as the person you're playing with also cooperates. If you take a random agent and you train them in that scenario on naive RL, the kind of RL that everybody's using to train these models, they will go right to defect almost always. So it's a situation where we are kind of we're progressing into a world where there could be a lot of bad outcomes out there if these agents are being optimized to perform well. And so anyway, I think that it's worth putting effort into that, into ameliorating that particular situation. Sorry for the long answer.
I guess one thing that frustrates me mostly about neural nets, and just to, remember about these, is that, I think it at least in the current state, relies on heuristics to fix these systems. If you want to get these systems to work in your domain of interest, then I think it's sort of a black art to make it work. Things like prompt engineering and so forth. And what would be really interesting and fruitful is to maybe get statisticians to try to quantify the uncertainty in these systems. And maybe this connects with what Guillaume was saying, not to give us point estimators, but to give a range of things so that we know the reliability and uncertainty associated with the response of these systems. Specifically related to my field, I think maybe this also connects with what Aaron was saying about, well, not multi-agent per se, but I think these systems in terms of how we understand language, how we can use those as models of language, tells us a lot about language in aggregate at the population level. But they tell us relatively little about the community level language and how language use is materialized in individuals. And I feel like that will be a promising direction for the future, is to individuate and to understand how these individuals behave while they acquire language, how they use language. And I do think the current large language models will play a role in being an impetus towards that kind of research.
So also maybe to have some bit of an optimistic comment is that I think, what you said before is that, okay, well, for example, in medical domain, you have to see what is the gain you have, compared to the previous situation, And so when you had humans which are very, very biased, when you have a system which is less biased, maybe it's better. And I think, we can't really do worse than the internet, which is now available to everybody and to our kids, where you can find absolutely everything and all the toxicity you want, So basically, adding a new actor in this game, which we can kind of control and we kind of try to make it better than the average human being, which is, quite poor, I would say, on the internet. It's not such a risk, but, I don't know.
Okay, I got a bite. I think it just depends, right? Like, for example, right now, the way things look like they're going is the kinds of agents that are going to be deployed are very helpful agents. They are just very, let's say, optimistic. And if you were so inclined to be helpful and optimistic in your interaction with them, it would all go very well. But the problem is when you have those kinds of agents in the world, you build an incentive to exploit them. And so what humans do is we have, in our general interactions, we have like norms of how to behave. And when you violate those norms, you're typically punished. Not always, but typically you're punished. And so that's an important kind of part of the whole how society works. Those agents that are being deployed down there, they don't really have that second part in their system, the tat for the tit, so to speak.
In societies that have good regulations and law systems, I guess, right?
What's that, sorry?
In societies that have good laws, right, those individuals will get punished.
Yeah, right. But we have there's the laws, but we also have just much more sort of subtle things, right? And one of the issues that we see on the internet is that when we have anonymity, a lot of those norms go away. Yeah, that's true. But I think we're I'm worried about having a lot of agents out there that are not aware of these norms, or at least are not sensitive to the two sides of them.
On that also, from a developmental perspective and for the learning of kids, that's also something concerning. To have maybe exposition during development to interaction with agents where you can be non-polite and very directive, and that's gonna change the way people are gonna behave on the long term. I mean, that's something that we should expect.
I have a question for the audience. When you write a prompt on ChatGPT, do you say please when you ask something?
So raise your hand if you say please when you talk with a chatbot. So I think we're about to wrap up. I wanted to maybe push back on something you said, Aaron, about LLMs becoming more safe. I wonder about that. I guess the reason that I'm less convinced about this, I guess there are two. One of them might be that when I read papers that talk about safety in LLMs, to me, they don't define the concept in such a way that it's possible to answer the question, in that they think about safety as a property of what's generated by an LLM. Whereas to me, it's a property of that plus the context in which it's used and the social environment and so forth. So my current favorite example is that an LLM should tell you how to build a bomb with household ingredients if you're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Okay, so I think I'm a bit worried about that aspect. And another aspect I'm worried about is how safety is construed, because there's safety with respect to the language produced in that context. And then I guess you might want to think about safety in terms of who's impacted by this deployment of the LLM. For example, even the people who are annotating the data so that RLHF works. So safety more broadly construed and defined, I guess. So I was wondering, thoughts about that. Do you think like the guardrails right now and the trajectory is actually making meaningful progress?
So I think it was an excellent point. I guess what I would say is I think there's a lot more to be done. Like it's kind of a nothing answer, but I will say that if you had a choice between an open model that's going to tell you whoever you are in whatever context how to build a bomb, and one that in no context tells you how to build a bomb, which would you rather of those? Which would you rather of those two scenarios? I would rather the one where they just won't let you build a bomb ever, right? So I view that as just it's more safe now than it was. It's not perfect, and I agree that having these things being contextually aware would be better. But compared to where they were, I think we have moved into a better spot. I think I'm still prepared to say that.
Yeah. Yes. Audience questions are very much appreciated.
Yeah, what about politics? And because you say they're punished because of institutions and laws, and this is a Franco-Canadian day, and we have different points of view with that, with regulation, and in Europe we have gone another way, but with many criticism and lobbying. So what about not technology, but politics?
With the strong caveat that I am not at all an expert in this, what I would say is that this election in the U.S. that's we're about to end, it was supposed to be the AI election, right? Where there was going to be crazy amounts of deep fakes and all of this. That really didn't happen. I mean, there's a few images here and there, but for the most part, it didn't happen. And the reason is because authenticity matters in these things, and those are perceived as inauthentic things to do. And so you could argue that the technology just isn't quite good enough yet, and so they're not going to use them. But for whatever reason, I think you can also argue that when it really comes down to it, like if you think about misinformation, in a political sense, misinformation is most effective when it's broadcasted. And you don't need AI to do that. We have lots of mechanisms already to broadcast misinformation without AI. So I just don't think it's actually as helpful in that direction, that nefarious direction. So therefore, I don't think it's as dangerous as we might think. And the flip side of that is I actually do think there are things that we don't talk about where it's extremely dangerous. Like just regular old fraud, right? Like those calls that you get, that is going to be extremely dangerous. And I don't know why we're not talking more about those kinds of things.
On this topic, I would add, we are talking a lot about alignment of AI systems, but humans are pretty bad to align with each other. And Cambridge Analytica showed us that it's not a matter of high technology, but a question of values and, again, like what you're trying to optimize and how you enforce or regulate those things. So I had many discussions with friends who are in law, and for them, they are like pretty chill about it regarding AI because they say, oh, we have been regulating things we don't understand forever. So like insurance take care of MRI, they don't know about quantum mechanics inside that. So yeah, there is a risk of scaling for sure, but ultimately it's also in the end of policymakers and citizens to set what they really want. And the question of value is more important than the question of performance per se.
All right, any other questions from the audience members or final thoughts from panelists? I think we have to wrap up soon. We're going to lose our AV soon because people need to go home soon. Yeah, what? No, oh no, okay. All right, so in that case, let's thank all of the panelists once again. So thank you all. So that again, the day is not over yet. We have another poster session. So some of the poster presenters from yesterday will be presenting again. So if you missed the poster yesterday, you can still go find them today. And there will also, I think there are also a few new posters for today. So please go check them out. Again, we have snacks for the poster session. So please stick around. And after that, then we'll reconvene tomorrow. So, thank you very much.
We call the speaker to come so we can...